Chapter 2003. Moreover, based on Yang Wen's words, it seemed like he had only comprehended the high-grade offensive divine ability, the descent of the Spear Emperor, after consuming the forbidden pill. Network, is it because I comprehended a high-grade divine ability at the last minute again? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He could not help but think of Sunda. Previously, in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, Sunda had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the most treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum because of Duan Lingtian's oppression. However, today, Yang Wen had also successfully comprehended a high-grade divine ability after consuming the forbidden pill under Duan Lingtian's oppression, just like Sunda. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless. Heavens! It's really the divine ability, the descent of the Spear Emperor. I've long heard that senior brother Yang Wen has been comprehending the high-grade offensive divine ability, the descent of the Spear Emperor. I didn't expect him to successfully comprehend it at such a critical moment. As it turns out, senior brother Yang Wen is not crazy. He's laughing so loudly because he has successfully comprehended the descent of the Spear Emperor. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is going to die from anger now, right? If he didn't force him, senior brother Yang Wen wouldn't have consumed the forbidden pill, let alone successfully comprehend the high-grade divine ability, the descent of the Spear Emperor. As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking and cast the high-grade offensive divine ability, the descent of the Spear Emperor, the eyes of the Saint Land disciples who thought Yang Wen had gone mad lit up immediately. It was as though they had regained their vitality. At the same time, many Saint Land disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Junior brother Lingtian, Sunda smiled wryly at the corner of the spectator seat. He did not expect there would be someone like him who successfully comprehended the high-grade divine ability under Duan Lingtian's oppression. Now that Yang Wen had successfully comprehended the high-grade offensive divine ability, the descent of the Spear Emperor, it meant his strength had improved. Coupled with the forbidden pill's effect, it was undoubtedly easier for him to kill Duan Lingtian. It could be said that his junior brother Lingtian had shot himself in the foot this time. Naturally, he had shot himself in the foot. At the same time, Guan Xiu, Liu Yun, and Liu Mu's expressions turned solemn. Even Liu Mu, who was extremely confident in Duan Lingtian, could not help but feel anxious at this moment. She had a worried expression on her face when she looked at Duan Lingtian again. His master Duan Lingtian's effect divine ability. Duan Lingtian's emotions could not help but be filled. Master Duan Lingtian's Lord Flame Duan Ling Flame profound words. Dual Divine Art SSSS Dao Art Duan Emperor Duan Divine Master SSSS Divine, Duan S, TT Duan Chen SS, S Duan Tai. Duan Lingtian, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Yang Wen suddenly shouted as he took a step forward. With a flick of the 100 inscriptions Saint Spear in his hand, he charged toward Duan Lingtian with a swoosh. He had completely unleashed his spear-type martial tactic. Naturally, under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Wen was merely making a feint. His spear was so far away from Duan Lingtian that it could not even touch Duan Lingtian. However, even if his spear could not touch Duan Lingtian, it did not mean the spear in the hands of the Spear Emperor illusory that he had consolidated with his divine ability could not touch Duan Lingtian. As Yang Wen made his move, the Spear Emperor illusory that was as huge as a towering mountain finally made its move. He imitated Duan Lingtian and took a step forward. Boom! The moment he took a step forward, the void trembled, and the wind howled. Heaven and earth seemed to have changed color. The moment he took a step forward, it was as though he had landed on the chest of everyone present. Their hearts could not help but tremble as though they were in the same situation. Swoosh! At the same time, the Spear Emperor illusory made its next move. It held the spear that was more than 100 meters long and swept it out. It was as though it had transformed into a gigantic WM as it pounced toward Duan Lingtian with bared fangs and brandished claws. Golden Crow's wings. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian used the Golden Crow's wings to dodge, it would be useless. The spear that the Spear Emperor illusory had swept out had locked onto him. No matter where he hid, he would not be able to avoid it. It followed him like a shadow. Black Tortoise's protection. At this moment, The saint energy on Duan Lingtian's body surged and spread out, forming a layer of protection around his body. This layer of protection was a gigantic black tortoise's silhouette that appeared around Duan Lingtian's body, protecting Duan Lingtian completely. It was as though it could withstand all attacks. It's the black tortoise's divine ability, the black tortoise's protection. Upon seeing this, the eyes of many Saint Land disciples lit up immediately. They recognized the divine ability that Duan Lingtian had cast. However, the moment the black tortoise's silhouette appeared, it was mercilessly crushed by the Spear Emperor illusory. From the beginning until the end, it did not even have the strength to resist at all. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian had just mastered the black tortoise's barrier, his comprehension of the black tortoise's barrier was not deep enough. Even the strength that he used to support the black tortoise's barrier could not be compared to the strength that supported the Spear Emperor illusory. One was the saint energy at the intermediate quintessential saint stage, while the other was the saint origin at the second form of the saint celestial stage. The two of them were not on the same level at all. After the Spear Emperor illusory destroyed the defensive divine ability, the black tortoise's barrier, that Duan Lingtian had cast, it continued to charge at Duan Lingtian. It was obvious it wanted to pierce through Duan Lingtian's body with its spear and kill Duan Lingtian, otherworldly celestial. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's body that had merged with 4 clones appeared again in just a blink of an eye. 5 figures passed by each other and shot out in 5 different directions. "Break for me." Seeing this scene, Yang Wen narrowed his eyes and shouted. At the same time, his body swayed and he made his move again. Whoosh. At the same time, the long spear in the Spear Emperor illusory's hand that was over 100 meters long caught up with one of the Duan Lingtian and pierced through his body. Whoosh. As though a gust of wind had blown past, Duan Lingtian's body that was pierced through vanished into thin air. It was a clone. Whoosh. Yang Wen made his move again after his first attack failed. The Spear Emperor illusory also made its move and pierced Duan Lingtian's body with its spear again. Another clone. Next. After that, Yang Wen's spear swept out once more. The Spear Emperor phantom flashed through the sky, and it was like a god of spears had descended to the world. Just a single spear strike was capable of piercing through everything. This time, Duan Lingtian did not wait for his death. When he was locked on by Yang Wen's gaze and the Spear Emperor's illusory body, he immediately turned around and faced Yang Wen with his sword in hand. At the same time, it revealed that he was his true body. Whoosh. Whoosh. At the same time, the other 2 clones of Duan Lingtian came to a halt as well. When they regained their senses, they glared at Yang Wen fiercely. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that Duan Lingtian had his back facing Nai Zui, the custodian of the Palace of Death. He was standing in a straight line with Nai Zui and Yang Wen. However, it seemed as though it was intentional. This was because Duan Lingtian had repeatedly cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, in this direction. Currently, he had arrived at his destination. Whoosh. The Spear Emperor illusory struck with its spear. In just a blink of an eye, it was already in front of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, the 300 inscriptions saint swords in the hands of Duan Lingtian's true body and his 2 clones disappeared in unison. This time, nobody thought Duan Lingtian had put the 100 inscriptions saint swords away. Whoosh. 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 As expected, as soon as the 300 inscriptions saint swords disappeared, the sound of swords whistling in the air rang again. Whoosh. As the sound of swords whistling in the air, a clear and unique sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air like the cry of a phoenix. It was exceptionally loud and pleasing to the ears. At the same time, it gave off a cold and murderous vibe. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, the long spear in the Spear Emperor illusory's hand that was over 100 meters long shattered before it could even touch Duan Lingtian. The Spear Emperor illusory's spear shattered as well. Everyone present, including Liu Yun and the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death, who could see Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen at the same time, did not know what had happened. All they heard was the sound of swords whistling in the air. They could not see anything with their naked eyes. Even Liu Yun and the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death could not see the sword shadow that caused the sound of swords whistling in the air. Spurt. As soon as the spear Emperor Eleusaris' body was destroyed, a soft sound rang in the air. When the crowd shifted their attention to the source of the sound, they discovered that there was a bloody wound on Yang Wen's body. A bloody hole had appeared between Yang Wen's brows at some point in time. His eyes were wide open, and a smug and arrogant smile was plastered on his face. It was as though he had seen Duan Lingtian being killed by his spear. Perhaps, he did not even know what had happened until he was killed. Whoosh! At the same time, the sound of wind whistling reverberated in the air. Nai Zui, the custodian of the Palace of Death, whose line of sight was blocked by Duan Lingtian's real body, stepped into the air and moved to the side. Unfortunately, his reaction was still too slow. Yang Wen was already dead. He was killed by the short-lived sound of swords whistling in the air like the cry of a phoenix. From the beginning until the end, even the 4 strongest people present other than Nai Zui, Liu Yun, and the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death could not see the sword that killed Yang Wen. What a fast sword! How can it be so fast? Chapter 2004. He's dead. What's going on? How's this possible? Not only did senior brother Yang Wen consume a forbidden pill, but he even mastered the high-grade offensive divine ability, the descent of the Spear Emperor. With such strength, isn't it easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian? How did he get killed by Duan Lingtian instead? What's that sword cry earlier? Not only did it suppress the waves of buzzing sword howls, when it resounded, it crushed senior brother Yang Wen's attack with an unstoppable force. Even the bloody hole between senior brother Yang Wen's brows is very likely to have been pierced through by the sword move that caused that sword howl. How's it possible for Duan Lingtian to be so powerful? Liu Yun and the 3 Palace of Death bronze flame elders were still in shock when 90% of the Saint Land disciples in the spectator seats in the death arena rose to their feet in unison. All of them had an expression of disbelief on their faces. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. One of the Holy Land disciples cried out in shock. Then, he reached out and slapped himself. The burning pain on his face left him dumbfounded. It's not a dream. It's actually not a dream. How's this possible? What sword technique did Duan Lingtian cast? From the beginning until the end, I couldn't even see his sword when he cast his sword technique. His sword is so terrifyingly fast. I'm afraid only those at the Saint Celestial stage or above would be able to catch his sword technique. As the group of Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves, they shifted their attention to the 4 Palace of Death's elders led by Nai Zui, the custodian of the Palace of Death. The 4 of them were at the Saint Celestial stage or above. Many people's gazes also landed on Liu Yun. Some of them shifted their attention to Cha Jin, the person who had the highest chance of becoming a true disciple among the Saint Land's elite disciples. Senior brother Cha Jin, can you see Duan Lingtian's sword technique clearly? One of the Saint Land disciples could not help but ask. I can't see clearly. Jia Jin shook his head before he said solemnly, it's impossible for someone whose cultivation base hasn't reached the Saint Celestial stage to see Duan Lingtian's sword technique clearly. His sword technique is too fast. It's terrifyingly fast. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Although they had some guesses, the surrounding disciples couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air when they heard Cha Jin's words. He's a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, yet only those at the Saint Celestial stage and above can see through his sword technique. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Many disciples of the Holy Lands exclaimed. In that case, I'm afraid that among the people present, only the 4 elders of the Hall of Life and Death and senior brother Liu Yun are able to clearly see Duan Lingtian's sword move. The gazes of even more Holy Land disciples fell on Nai Zui, Liu Yun, and the other 4. Senior brother Liu Yun and the 3 bronze flame elders of the Hall of Life and Death don't look right. I noticed it long ago. Their expressions have been strange since just now. Don't tell me they're the same as us and didn't see Duan Lingtian's sword technique clearly. How's this possible? While the group of Holy Land disciples was whispering among themselves, one of the bronze flame elders from the Hall of Life and Death said in a loud voice, I could see Duan Lingtian's sword technique clearly in the beginning. But in the end, that sword move that gave rise to a sword whistle that sounded like the cry of a phoenix. I'm ashamed that I couldn't even catch a glimpse of that sword shadow. Same here. Same here. The other two bronze flame elders nodded as well. Same here. At the same time, Liu Yun, who was being stared at by many people, nodded solemnly as well. After the three bronze flame elders from the Hall of Life and Death and Liu Yun made their stand, the entire Hall of Life and Death descended into a deathly silence. At this moment, even if a needle was thrown to the ground, the sound would be audible. The group of people present on the scene, including the custodian of the Hall of Life and Death, Nizui, was stunned. Even Nizui did not expect this. The three Palace of Death's bronze flame elders and the true disciple, Liu Yun, did not even see the sword technique Duan Lingtian cast at the end. Since Nizui's line of sight was blocked by Duan Lingtian's body and he did not react in time, he did not see Duan Lingtian's final sword technique. It was also the most crucial sword technique. That sword strike had directly destroyed the attack of the Spear Emperor Phantom and destroyed it. Moreover, it had killed Yang Wen before he could even react. From the smile on Yang Wen's face when he died, one could tell he did not react in time until the moment he was killed. Based on this, one could see how fast Duan Lingtian's sword technique was. Whoosh! While the people in the Hall of Life and Death were still stunned, Duan Lingtian flew out and landed next to Yang Wen's body in the death arena. He only sighed in relief after he was certain Yang Wen's soul had been destroyed. Previously, when they were still in the Dobasei subterranean, Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, did not die even after his glabella was pierced by Duan Lingtian's sword. With this as an example, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, terrified. What a pity. There are so many Saint Celestial stage powerhouses here. Even if I consolidate my 10,000 swords territory, it won't be able to block their line of sight. As Duan Lingtian stood next to Yang Wen's body, he really wanted to devour Yang Wen's innate spiritual root that had yet to dissipate. However, he held himself back in the end. Devouring Yang Wen's innate spiritual root would definitely attract the attention of the few Saint Celestial stage powerhouses. The custodian of the Palace of Life and Death, Nizui, would definitely be able to see through him. Although the 10,000 swords territory was consolidated with the Sun Saint energy, once it was consolidated, it would form a golden fireball with a radius of 100 meters that could block other people's line of sight. However, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, the 10,000 swords territory consolidated with the Sun Saint energy could only block the line of sight of those below the Saint Celestial stage. His 10,000 swords territory would not be able to block the line of sight of those at the Saint Celestial stage or above. Otherwise, he could have cast his 10,000 swords territory to envelop Yang Wen and himself. Moreover, he could have cast the sword-wielding technique from the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword and used the Jasper Celestial Sword to kill Yang Wen. He would not have had to waste so much effort. Duan Lingtian only had one goal in mind when he fought with Yang Wen. He wanted Nizui, the custodian of the Palace of Life and Death, to lower his guard. This was because he had learned from Huolaro that the Jasper Celestial Sword's innate spiritual root could not be used. With his current strength, only a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage or above would be able to capture the movements of the Jasper Celestial Sword when he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword at the third form of the Sovereign Heart Sword. As for Liu Yun and the other three bronze flame elders in the Palace of Life and Death, they might be able to capture the movement of the 100 Inscriptions Saint Sword when he used the sword-wielding technique from the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. However, they would not be able to capture the movement of the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, that move of the Jasper Celestial Sword has almost depleted all of my strength. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of emptiness in his body. He had almost depleted all of his Sun Saint energy. Apart from that, the exhaustion had also caused the effect of the devouring tactic to disappear completely. At this moment, even an ordinary quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator would be able to easily kill Duan Lingtian. From the very beginning, Duan Lingtian had been setting up a trap to kill Yang Wen. Naturally, this trap was not targeted at Yang Wen. Instead, it was targeted at the custodian of the Palace of Life and Death, Nizui. He did not want Nizui to discover the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand. After all, if the Jasper celestial sword was exposed, it would only bring disaster to him. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not take Yang Wen seriously from the beginning. He was merely a martial cultivator at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. If he had fully activated the Jasper Celestial Sword with the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he would have been able to kill a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although the Jasper Celestial Sword is the main reason why I was able to kill Yang Wen today, the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding the heart, has given me the sword wielding technique as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian was confident that he would be able to kill Yang Wen because of the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding the heart, and the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Elder Nai Zui. At the same time, Duan Lingtian used his remaining Sun Saint energy to soar into the air and arrived next to the custodian of the Palace of Life and Death, Nai Zui. He handed his crystal card over. You can return this crystal card to me after deducting 400,000 contribution points from the contribution points I earned. Nai Zui only regained his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He stared at Duan Lingtian intently. He did not rush to take Duan Lingtian's crystal card, nor did he rush to return the sun shooting bow to Duan Lingtian. Instead, he asked Duan Lingtian meaningfully, Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you intentionally avoided me when you executed your last move? It was no wonder Nai Zui thought that way. Duan Lingtian had fought with Yang Wen for a long time. In the beginning, Nai Zui's vision was not obstructed at all. However, at the critical moment, Duan Lingtian's body blocked his vision, so he did not see how Duan Lingtian executed his last move. Nai Zui felt it was too much of a coincidence. Elder Nai Zui, what do you mean by that? I intentionally avoided you when I executed my last move. Why would you say that? Although Duan Lingtian was shocked by Nai Zui's speculation, a confused expression appeared on his face. He could not see any flaws in his words. Nai Zui stared at Duan Lingtian intently, trying to find a flaw in Duan Lingtian's expression. However, he could not find anything in the end. Could it be that I'm overthinking things? At this moment, he could not help but think to himself. The moment he thought of this, he did not dwell on this matter for the time being. He raised his hand and returned the sun shooting bow to Duan Lingtian before he took the crystal card from Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2005. The odds are 1-7. You bet 200,000 contribution points on yourself. In other words, you'll get 1.4 million contribution points back. After deducting your capital, you'll make a net profit of 1.2 million contribution points. After Nai Zui, the custodian of the Palace of Death, took the crystal card from Duan Lingtian, he casually tossed the crystal card to the bronze flame elder who was in charge of the bet. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian deeply. Even if you return me 400,000 contribution points, you'll still make a net profit of 1 million contribution points today. In the history of Zoroastrianism, I'm afraid you're the first Saint Land disciple to earn 1 million contribution points in a day. When Nai Zui reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sigh emotionally. Everyone, please search for the most complete version. Thank you. It's all thanks to Elder Nai Zui for lending me the contribution points. Otherwise, let alone 1 million contribution points, I might not even be able to earn 10,000 contribution points. For this reason, I still have to thank you, Elder Nai Zui. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. You don't have to thank me. Nai Zui shook his head. If you didn't place the bow with me as collateral, I wouldn't have given you 200,000 contribution points. However, I didn't expect you'd actually kill Yang Wen and become the biggest winner today. As soon as Nai Zui finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression in his eyes. When Duan Lingtian came to him as collateral for the bow, Duan Lingtian was certain he was confident. He could vaguely sense Duan Lingtian's confidence, but he did not take it to heart. From the looks of it, perhaps Duan Lingtian knew he would definitely win from the beginning. At the same time, the 3 Palace of Death Bronze Flame Elders who were the first to regain their senses had a grave expression on their faces. Most of the Saint Land disciples present on the scene had a grave expression on their faces as well. Many Saint Land disciples clenched their fists with a tense expression on their faces. It was as though their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. 3,000 contribution points. My 3,000 contribution points are gone just like that. A skinny Saint Land disciple slumped on the spectator seat. His eyes were lifeless, and it was as though he had nothing to live for. It's only 3,000 contribution points. Why are you shouting? I've lost 9,000 contribution points. That's all of my assets. Damn it. Damn it. A burly Holy Land disciple roared in a low voice. At the same time, he shifted his gaze to the corpse lying on the death arena and spat on the ground. True disciple? A Saint Celestial stage powerhouse? He was actually killed by an ordinary elite disciple. Trash. Trash. As soon as the Saint Lands disciple cursed at Yang Wen's corpse, it was as though a fuse had been lit. The Saint Lands disciple who had bet on Yang Wen was furious. How shameful. A true disciple died in the hands of an ordinary elite disciple. In the history of our Zoroastrianism, there has never been such a piece of trash. Not only has there never been such a waste in the history of Zoroastrianism, but there has also never been such a waste in the history of the other two great religions. The son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder. What a disgrace to his father. 2 brothers died in the hands of Duan Lingtian one after another. I can't help but be convinced. If the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, Yang Chong, finds out that his eldest son is so useless, I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he'll throw up 3 liters of blood, right? Yang Wen, you're trash. Trash. You caused me to lose so many contribution points. Why don't you just die? The group of Saint Land's disciples exploded. It was as though a flash flood had erupted. All sorts of humiliating words were spat out from the mouths of the Saint Land's disciples. They did not care about the dead at all as they cursed Yang Wen to vent the anger and dissatisfaction in their hearts. Duan Lingtian actually won. There were also a few Saint Land's disciples who had bet some contribution points on Duan Lingtian. When they regained their senses, excitement could be seen on their faces. If I knew Duan Lingtian would win, I would have bet more on him. All right. Don't be greedy, it's already good enough that we didn't lose like the others. Didn't you see how many people wanted to tear Yang Wen into pieces? These people must have lost a lot of contribution points. As the few Saint Land's disciples whispered among themselves, they went to look for the bronze flame elders in the Palace of Death to collect their contribution points. Junior brother Ling Tian, congratulations. Sunda flew up to Duan Lingtian and congratulated Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Sunda, go and collect your contribution points. Duan Lingtian smiled. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sunda felt a little awkward. In fact, the reason he had bet on Duan Lingtian was because he wanted to repay the favor he owed Duan Lingtian. He had even planned to squander the 100 contribution points. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian would actually kill Yang Wen and obtain the final victory. In other words, he had earned 600 contribution points out of nowhere. Senior brother Ling Tian, congratulations. At the same time, Guan Xiu also came to congratulate Duan Lingtian. At this moment, his face was glowing as though he had encountered a joyous occasion. I didn't disappoint you after all. Duan Lingtian revealed a friendly smile when he faced Guan Xiu. Go and collect your contribution points. You've earned a lot. It's all thanks to senior brother Ling Tian. Guan Xiu smiled. He was happy not only because he had earned more than 20,000 contribution points, but it was also because those who had doubted him earlier were looking at him with envy and jealousy. Previously, he had bet 3,500 contribution points on Duan Lingtian. Many people had doubted him, and some of them had even said nasty things about him. However, now that Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Wen, those people had fallen silent. At this moment, he felt extremely proud. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Nai Zui, the custodian of the Palace of Death, who had just received a crystal card from a bronze flame elder in the Palace of Death, raised his hand and passed the crystal card to Duan Lingtian. There's 1 million contribution points here. It's your reward for winning the bet today. Thank you, Elder Nai Zui. Duan Lingtian thanked Nai Zui as he received the crystal card. After receiving the crystal card, his gaze shifted to the crystal card. As he infused the Sun Saint energy into it, The crystal card showed its balance. 1,000,000 contribution points. To a Saint-Land disciple like him who had just entered the Saint-Land of Zoroastrianism, 1,000,000 contribution points was undoubtedly a huge fortune. 1,000,000 contribution points. Duan Lingtian actually earned 1,000,000 contribution point. When Duan Lingtian received the crystal card, many Saint-Land disciples shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. Their gazes were filled with envy and jealousy. 1,000,000 contribution points. Those are the contribution points that originally belonged to us. Many Saint-Land disciples felt as though their hearts were bleeding. Their contribution points had now become someone else's possession. This made them feel displeased and helpless at the same time. After all, the other party did not snatch their contribution points. Instead, he had won their contribution points fair and square. In the beginning, they had the opportunity to bet on Duan Lingtian. However, since they did not think highly of Duan Lingtian, they had missed the opportunity to earn a huge sum of contribution points. It's all Yang Wen's fault. It's all Yang Wen's fault. Soon after, most of the Saint-Land disciples shifted their gazes to Yang Wen's corpse and began to curse again. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was the cause of this. They had lost so many contribution points because of Yang Wen's death. Junior brother Ling Tian. Duan Lingtian had just put on a brand new Saint-Land disciple's uniform and completely concealed the characteristics of a 9-clawed dragon warrior when a voice resonated in the air. He immediately lifted his head and looked in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw Liu Mu flying in the air from afar. In just a blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of him. Senior brother Liu Mu. Duan Lingtian greeted Liu Mu with a smile. He glanced at Liu Yun who was standing next to Liu Mu and nodded his head in a friendly manner. Thank you. Currently, Liu Yun no longer had the arrogance he had when he first arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He took the initiative to thank Duan Lingtian. The reason for his gratitude was, naturally, because Duan Lingtian had allowed him to earn a huge sum of money. Liu Yun's change in attitude was due to the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. When he first arrived at the Palace of Death, he did not think highly of Duan Lingtian even though his cousin had asked him to bet on Duan Lingtian. He did not think Duan Lingtian would be a match for Yang Wen. However, Duan Lingtian's strength had completely shocked him. Especially the sword technique that Duan Lingtian executed at the end. Even he could not catch a trace of it. Naturally, he knew what this meant. This meant if Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him, a martial cultivator at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would not be able to defend himself at all. He was not confident he would be able to withstand Duan Lingtian's sword technique that killed Yang Wen. For this reason, Liu Yun's attitude toward Duan Lingtian had changed drastically. I bet 100,000 contribution points and earned 600,000 contribution points. Liu Yun looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Give me your crystal card, and I'll transfer 300,000 contribution points to you as a thank you gift." As the saying went, one would not slap a smiling face. Moreover, Liu Yun was Liu Mu's cousin, so Duan Lingtian only smiled politely. Senior brother Liu Yun, you deserve it. There's no need to give it to me. If you must thank someone, you should thank senior brother Liu Mu. I think if it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have bet on me. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at Liu Mu in a timely manner. Don't worry. I'll give half of the remaining 300,000 contribution points to Brother Mu. The thank you gift won't affect this. Liu Yun said again. Upon hearing Liu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian's impression of him improved. However, he still refused Liu Yun's kindness. Senior brother Liu Yun, I've already earned 1,000,000 contribution points today. These 300,000 contribution points don't mean much to me. How about this? Of the 600,000 contribution points you earned, you'll keep 300,000. The remaining 300,000 contribution points will be given to senior brother Liu Mu. What do you think? In the end, Duan Lingtian suggested to Liu Yun. Liu Yun had no choice but to do as Duan Lingtian said when he saw how insistent Duan Lingtian was. Chapter 2006. No matter what, Duan Lingtian was the biggest winner of the death duel in the Palace of Death today. Not only did he kill Yang Wen, but he had also earned 1 million contribution points. Under the watchful eyes of the Saint Lan disciples, Duan Lingtian did not forget to take the spatial ring from Yang Wen's body before leaving the Palace of Death with the Liu brothers. When Duan Lingtian took the lead and left, many Saint Lan disciples followed suit. However, the expressions of these Saint Lan disciples were extremely grave. How could it be? These Saint Lan disciples had more or less placed their bets on Yang Wen. However, Yang Wen was killed by Duan Lingtian in the end. This meant their bets had gone down the drain. Senior brother Liu Yun, what can I exchange my contribution points for in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Liu Yun after they left the Palace of Death. There are too many things that can be exchanged with contribution points. Let's go. I'll bring you to the various palaces in the central square where you can spend your contribution points. Liu Yun's attitude toward Duan Lingtian had changed drastically when he realized Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to his. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's question, he was, naturally, very enthusiastic. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He wanted to know more about the functions of the palaces in the central square as well. Under Liu Yun's lead and Liu Mu's accompaniment, Duan Lingtian shuttled through the palaces in the central square. Some of the palaces only charged contribution points for medicinal pills and did not charge saint stones. In the palaces that sold medicinal pills, not only were there all kinds of medicinal pills that aided one's cultivation, but there were also many healing medicinal pills. There were even many forbidden medicinal pills. Naturally, the contribution points required to purchase forbidden medicinal pills were extremely high as well. In particular, there were only a few high-grade forbidden medicinal pills. They were priced at several hundreds of thousands of contribution point. These forbidden pills are at the same grade as the forbidden pills Yang when consumed earlier. They can greatly increase the saint origin of those below the 4th level saint celestial stage for a short period of time. Only saint refinement masters at the quasi-celestial grade and above who specialize in medicine refinement Dao can refine such forbidden pills. Liu Yun explained. A few 100,000 contribution points. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was naturally shocked as well. At the same time, he could not help but sigh. It seems like the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, Yang Chong, really dotes on his eldest son, Yang Wen. Of course I love you, Liu Yun said with certainty. It was obvious that he knew a lot about this matter. In the past, I heard that the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, Yang Chong, has 2 sons. His eldest son's innate talent far surpasses his youngest son. Due to this reason, he has high expectations for his eldest son. It's said that his eldest son has been sent to one of the 3 great sect. I only found out today that he sent his eldest son to the Zoroastrianism. His Yang Wen, the true disciple of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Liu Yun continued to say, due to this reason, it's not strange for Yang Chong to give Yang Wen such a forbidden pill to protect himself. Junior brother Ling Tian, I heard that after you killed Yang Wu, the youngest son of the Northern Plethora sect's 5th elder, Yang Chong personally went to the Black Turtle Sanctum to look for you and even threatened you with your family. Liu Mu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously, is that true? After all, it was just a rumor so he was not too sure. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. His eyes flashed coldly. In other words, apart from the fact that Yang Wen took the initiative to provoke me, I killed Yang Wen because of Yang Chong's threat to me that day. Didn't he threaten me with my family? Then I'll kill his son. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he recalled the time when Yang Chong used his family to threaten him. He could not help but emit waves of killing intent that caused the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. He deserves to die. However, I'm afraid that Yang Wen would never have dreamed that junior brother Ling Tian could actually kill him, Liu Mu said. If he knew that I could kill him, why would he sign a life and death contract with me? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. It could be said that the main reason why he was able to kill Yang Wen today was because Yang Wen was too conceited and thought that he was inferior to him. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian did not continue this topic. Instead, he looked at Liu Yun and said, Senior brother Liu Yun, let's take a look elsewhere. After leaving the palace that sold medicinal pills, Liu Yun brought Duan Lingtian and Liu Mu to the palace that sold sacred artifacts. When they arrived at the palace that sold sacred artifacts, Duan Lingtian learned that the sacred artifacts were all sacred artifacts. 100 inscriptions saint weapon was worth tens of thousands of contribution points in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian had also heard that one could even buy 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon here. Naturally, the 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon was not placed here. Instead, it was kept by the vice sect leader who was in charge of the various palaces around the central square. As long as one could afford it, the vice sect leader would personally deliver the 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon to one. What's the price of 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. 10 million contribution point. Liu Yun's answer stunned Duan Lingtian. Initially, he thought he was rich since he had 1 million contribution points. It did not cross his mind that he only had 1/10 of the price of 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Every 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon is the work of a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master in the Dao martial saint land. Moreover, the number of quasi-celestial grade saint inscription masters in the Dao martial saint land is much lesser than quasi-celestial grade saint inscription masters. This is the reason why 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon is so valuable. Liu Yun explained when he saw Duan Lingtian's surprise. Duan Lingtian finally understood. A quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master. Come to think of it, I've almost forgotten about the strange inscription Dao I obtained previously. Perhaps, I can continue to study the saint inscription art as long as it doesn't affect my cultivation. When Duan Lingtian was still in the Moon Illumination sect, he had obtained the strange inscription Dao's inheritance from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong. At that time, the saint inscriptions he inscribed were not bad at all. However, after he left the Moon Illumination sect, he had been busy cultivating, so he gradually forgot about the saint inscription Dao. It was only when he learned about the value of 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon and the rarity of a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master that he recalled that experience. After all, he was also a saint inscription master. Inscription pen? After walking around the palace that sold saint weapons, Duan Lingtian discovered there was an inscription pen for sale here. Moreover, it was a 9-star inscription pen. Apart from that, there was more than one 9-star inscription pen for sale here. There were more than 10 9-star inscription pens. So many. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He still remembered when he was in the Moon Illumination sect, his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, had a 9-star inscription pen. He even wanted to give it to him, but he was rejected in the end. In a small place like this, a 9-star inscription pen was definitely a rare item. After listening to Liu Yun's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally realized that a 9-star inscription pen was not a 9-star inscription pen. As it turned out, the 9-star inscription pen was not a rare item in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land. It was a standard item for 7-star saint inscription masters and above. Moreover, it was not expensive. For example, the 9-star inscription pen for sale here only cost 1,000 contribution points. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Liu Yun and Liu Mu were confused when they saw Duan Lingtian buying a 9-star inscription pen. Liu Mu asked directly, "Junior brother Lingtian, why are you buying a 9-star inscription pen? Don't tell me you're also a saint inscription master. I've come into contact with saint inscriptions before. I plan to study it when I'm free in the future." Duan Lingtian smiled. "It's good to study it." Liu Mu nodded. A complicated look flashed in the depth of his eyes. He recalled that Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. If Duan Lingtian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root, he would advise Duan Lingtian to focus on his cultivation instead of focusing on the saint inscription Dao. But now, he didn't stop him. In his opinion, his junior brother Lingtian's achievements should stop here. Perhaps, junior brother Lingtian was very strong, but since he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, it would be difficult for him to enter the quintessential saint stage, let alone the saint celestial stage. Therefore, at this time, he felt that it would be good if this junior brother Lingtian could find something else to do in the future. At least it wouldn't be so boring. Quasi-celestial grade saint inscription masters are above 9-star saint inscription masters. Senior Brother Liu Yun, is there a quasi-celestial grade inscription pen in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Lingtian looked at Liu Yun and asked curiously. Of course. Liu Yun nodded immediately when he heard this. As a quasi-celestial grade saint inscription master, you'll need a quasi-celestial grade inscription pen if you want to inscribe 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. If you don't have one, it's impossible to inscribe 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Duan Lingtian finally understood. He asked again, what about a celestial grade inscription pen? Celestial grade inscription pen. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a hint of yearning could be seen in Liu Yun's eyes. A celestial grade inscription pen only exists in legends. It's said that before the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into two, there was a celestial grade inscription pen and a celestial grade saint inscription master. After that saint inscription master became a celestial grade saint inscription master, he managed to inscribe 10 saint weapons in his entire life. All 10 saint weapons were 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Liu Yun's expression turned solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. It did not cross his mind that there was a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon in this world. Those 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons are the 10 celestial grade saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Liu Yun continued to say, the difference between a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon and 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon is that it doesn't necessarily increase one's strength. Some 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons can't even compare to 100 inscriptions saint weapon in terms of strength increase. Chapter 2007. Originally, Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Liu Yun mention the existence of 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons in the Martial Saint Land. After all, in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, if 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon was worth 10 million contribution points, how many contribution points would a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon be worth? When Duan Lingtian heard Liu Yun's words, it was as though he was struck by lightning. He did not regain his senses for a long time. 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons are the level saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. He was truly dumbfounded. No matter how he thought about it, it did not cross his mind. The 10 level saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking were the legendary 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Among the 10 level saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, he had never come into contact with the other 9. However, the Devil Seal tablet had been with him for a long time. Due to this reason, he knew the Devil Seal tablet very well. Apart from the Devil Seal tablet's special ability, it did not seem to have many other uses. Its ability to amplify one's strength was not even comparable to an ordinary saint weapon. After listening to Liu Yun's explanation, Duan Lingtian realized this was the uniqueness of a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon. 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons were different from 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons, 100 inscriptions saint weapons, and 10 inscriptions saint weapons. The more saint inscriptions were inscribed on the saint inscriptions, the stronger the amplification would be. It would allow the person who possessed the saint inscriptions to unleash a more powerful attack. However, the former did not focus solely on amplifying one's strength. Duan Lingtian knew this very well since the Devil Seal tablet itself was not a saint weapon that focused solely on amplifying one's strength. I can't believe the level saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking are actually the legendary 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons. Moreover, in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there's only one celestial grade saint inscription master who could inscribe a 10,000 inscriptions saint weapon. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel emotional. At the same time, he realized that the celestial grade saint inscription master was a true genius. In fact, the 10,000 inscriptions saint weapons he left behind were passed down to this day. Moreover, they were widely acknowledged as the 10 most powerful saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Later on, people called them saint-level artifacts and created a list called the 10 Great Saint Artifact ranking for these 10 saint-level artifacts. The 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking represented the 10 most powerful saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint Land. To this day, it has never been surpassed. Of course, Duan Lingtian was also clear that regardless of whether it was his 7 treasures exquisite pagoda or the few immortal supreme treasures in it, including the Jasper immortal sword, they were all existences that could easily surpass 10-grade saint artifacts. However, they were not saint artifacts. Instead, they were immortal supreme treasures, immortal artifacts. They were things that did not belong to this world. They were from the Devata realms. Therefore, there was no comparison at all. In the Dao Martial Saint land, the Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Master who left behind the 10-grade Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking was indeed a monstrous genius that no one had ever done before. Celestial Grade Saint Inscription Masters and Celestial Grade Inscription Brushes are legendary existences. However, some quasi-celestial grade inscription brushes can be refined by Saint Inscription Masters who specialize in weapons refinement. Liu Yun continued to say, apart from that, the materials required to refine a quasi-celestial grade inscription brush are extremely rare and rare. Generally speaking, only a quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master would go to great lengths to search for those materials. At this time, the role of the Zoroastrianism and the other 2 great sects is revealed. As the 3 most powerful sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, it's not difficult for them to search for the materials required to refine a quasi-celestial grade inscription brush. Naturally, unless the quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master joins any one of the 3 great sects, he'll need a promise from the quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master. Liu Yun paused for a moment before he continued to say, the promise is to ask the quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master to help inscribe a few thousand inscriptions Saint weapons in the future. That's how most of the 1,000 inscriptions Saint weapons in the Zoroastrianism came about. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. The quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master wanted to use the 3 great sects to search for the materials required to refine a quasi-celestial grade inscription brush, while the 3 great sects wanted the 1,000 inscriptions Saint weapons inscribed by the quasi-celestial grade Saint Inscription Master. Helping each other was beneficial to both parties. For this reason, let alone the legendary celestial grade inscription brush, even a quasi-celestial grade inscription brush isn't something that just anyone can obtain. The value of a quasi-celestial grade inscription brush isn't something an inscription brush like the 9-star inscription brush can compare to. Duan Lingtian finally understood the value of a quasi-celestial grade inscription brush. As for a celestial grade inscription brush, it was a legendary item that could only be found by chance. Senior brother Liu Yun, you said the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master only managed to inscribe 10,000 inscriptions Saint weapons in his lifetime? Do you mean his at the end of his lifespan? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of this and could not help but ask in confusion. That's right. Liu Yun nodded. However, his lifespan isn't as long as an ordinary person. Not only does he have to work hard to inscribe the 10,000 inscriptions Saint weapons, but he also has to sacrifice his lifespan. After inscribing 10,000 inscriptions Saint weapons, he wasn't able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, within his limited lifespan. It's said that he was a martial genius with a dark indigo innate spiritual root. However, since the Dao Martial Saint land wasn't divided into the upper and lower province at that time, the cultivation environment wasn't as good as the current upper province. Coupled with the fact that he focused on the inscription Dao, he wasn't able to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, in time. If he managed to break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, he would be able to live as long as heaven and earth. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about his lifespan when inscribing the 10,000 inscriptions Saint weapons. At that time, there wouldn't only be 10,000 inscriptions Saint weapons in the Dao Martial Saint land. Liu Yun sighed emotionally when he reached the end of his sentence. That senior didn't leave behind any successors? Duan Lingtian asked. Legend has it that after he passed away, he left behind his legacy of the saint inscription art. However, until today, nobody has found the location of his legacy, Liu Yun replied. After he passed away, even the 3 great sects, including our Zoroastrianism, mobilized a lot of manpower and resources to search for the legacy left behind by the celestial grade Saint Inscription Master. However, In the end, we came up empty-handed. Then, does this mean the legacy left behind by the celestial grade saint inscription master is in the lower province? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes. Liu Yun nodded. At that time, the Dao Martial Saint Land wasn't divided into the upper and lower province. At that time, there was only the lower province. It'll be great if I can find the place where the celestial grade saint inscription master left behind his legacy. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself. Naturally, he knew it was wishful thinking. After so many years, even the three great sects could not find the legacy left behind by the celestial grade saint inscription master even after expending a lot of manpower and resources. After leaving the palace that sold the saint weapons, Liu Yun continued to bring Duan Lingtian and Liu Mu to the other palaces. At the same time, more and more people looked at them as they passed by. To be more precise, they were looking at Duan Lingtian. His Duan Lingtian? He's the one who killed the true disciple, Yang Wen. He even won 1 million contribution points. I'm late today, so I didn't make it to the death duel between him and Yang Wen. What a pity. Pity. I think you should feel lucky. It's said that more than 90% of the people who made it to the death duel between him and Yang Wen lost a lot of contribution point. Almost everyone bet on Yang Wen winning. These Saint Land disciples who looked at Duan Lingtian were those who had just arrived at the central square. They did not make it to the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen. Isn't the person next to Duan Lingtian senior brother Liu Yun? Senior brother Liu Yun seems to be very polite to him. How can he not be polite? Based on the strength Duan Lingtian displayed today, even senior brother Liu Yun might not be a match for him. That's right. I heard that even senior brother Liu Yun and the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death didn't catch a trace of the sword technique Duan Lingtian used to kill Yang Wen. This shows how fast Duan Lingtian's sword technique is. Even a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't be able to catch a trace of it. It said that Yang Wen even consumed a forbidden pill and raised his saint origin to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, he still died in Duan Lingtian's hands in the end. What a waste. Such a high-grade forbidden pill must be worth at least a few 100,000 contribution points, right? He was defeated by Yang Wen just like that. What a waste. At the same time, many Saint Land disciples recognized Liu Yun. At the same time, they were amazed by Duan Lingtian's strength. Under Liu Yun's lead and Liu Mu's accompaniment, Duan Lingtian strolled around all the palaces in the central square and learned about the functions of each palace. While Duan Lingtian was strolling around the various palaces, the news of him killing Yang Wen, the true disciple in the Palace of Death, spread like wildfire in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Not only that, but the news also spread to all the minds in the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism. When the news spread to the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Black Turtle Sanctum was in an uproar. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has only been in the Saint Land for slightly over 10 days, and he has already killed a true disciple? My goodness. Is this true? True disciple. He's a true disciple. He's the most outstanding disciple in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Each of them is at the Saint Celestial stage or above. He's actually killed by senior brother Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2008. My goodness. How strong is senior brother Duan Lingtian? He's actually able to kill a true disciple from the Saint Land. More and more Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were shocked. In their eyes, true disciples were unattainable. They were superior and looked down on the 4 symbols sanctum's disciples. However, today, someone had pulled a true disciple down from his pedestal. That person was none other than Duan Lingtian from the Black Turtle Sanctum. A true disciple doesn't necessarily have to be a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Don't forget that in Zoroastrianism, as long as a monstrous genius with an indigo innate spiritual root has broken through to the divine saint stage, he'll be able to become a true disciple. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple expressed his doubts. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian killed this type of true disciple and not one whose cultivation base has broken through to the Saint Celestial stage. Whether it's a martial cultivator, Dao cultivator, or devil cultivator, once one has broken through to the Saint Celestial stage, the saint energy in one's body will transform into saint origin. Even if 10 powerhouses at the peak of the quintessential saint stage join forces, there's still no match for a powerhouse at the first form of the saint celestial stage. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples agreed with the words of this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Indeed. I also think it's impossible for senior brother Duan Lingtian to kill a true disciple whose cultivation base has broken through to the saint celestial stage. He must have killed a true disciple with an indigo innate spiritual root. I think so too. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. They did not think Duan Lingtian, who had just entered the saint land for 10 days, would be able to kill a saint celestial stage powerhouse. Humph. If you think that way, then you are gravely mistaken. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples expressed their doubts, a tall Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple stepped forward and said, "As far as I know, the true disciple senior brother Duan Lingtian killed is a saint celestial stage powerhouse called Yang Wen." Yang Wen. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples frowned when they heard this name. I remember now. There's indeed someone called Yang Wen among the true disciples in the saint land. He seems to have broken through to the saint celestial stage a few years ago. One of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples exclaimed. I remember Yang Wen. Speaking of which, he and I were in the same batch of disciples who entered Zoroastrianism. That's why I've been paying attention to him. Another Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple sighed and smiled wryly. Currently, he has already broken through to the saint celestial stage and has become a true disciple, but I'm still a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Soon after, a few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples confirmed it. Yang Wen is indeed a true disciple at the saint celestial stage. Yang Wen, true disciple. A saint celestial stage expert. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples confirmed it one by one, the remaining Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples burst into an uproar. Yang Wen? Isn't he the eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, Yang Chong? At this moment, another Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple stepped forward and exclaimed in shock, Duan Lingtian killed him as well? The eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, Yang Chong? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' words caused another uproar. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples questioned, Are you sure? Of course. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple nodded confidently. I entered the Black Turtle Sanctum with Duan Lingtian. I was originally a disciple from a third-rate force near the Northern Plethora sect. I heard that the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder had sent his eldest son, Yang Wen, to the Zoroastrianism sect. As for his youngest son, Yang Wu, he entered the Zoroastrianism at the same time as me. However, due to his arrogance, he was killed by Duan Lingtian for provoking Duan Lingtian. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple finished his sentence. The true disciple, Yang Wen, is actually the eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were shocked when they heard the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' words. However, there were still some people who had doubts about the authenticity of this news. Yang Wen is indeed the eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder, Yang Chong. At the same time, the well-informed Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple with a tall build spoke again. The moment he spoke, he confirmed the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's words. I've also heard that the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder has two eldest sons. His youngest son was killed by senior brother Duan Lingtian as soon as he entered the Zoroastrianism sect. As for his eldest son, I heard he was sent to one of the three great sects. I didn't expect he would be sent to Zoroastrianism. I can't believe the eldest son of the Northern Plethora sect's fifth elder is a true disciple of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, he's even a saint celestial stage powerhouse. What's even more unexpected is that his eldest son was also killed by senior brother Duan Lingtian. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples broke into an uproar again. All of them had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces. If Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, finds out both of his sons were killed by senior brother Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he'll throw up blood, right? That's for sure. Karma really comes quickly. Previously, Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, came looking for senior brother Duan Lingtian in a threatening manner and asked him to kill himself. When senior brother Duan Lingtian ignored him, he used senior brother Duan Lingtian's family to threaten senior brother Duan Lingtian. Now, his other son has died in the hands of senior brother Duan Lingtian. I wonder if he managed to find out about senior brother Duan Lingtian's background and find his family. If he didn't, he would have suffered a huge loss. It's said that the eldest son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, died in the hands of senior brother Duan Lingtian after he consumed a forbidden pill and raised his saint origin to the second form of the Saint Celestial Stay. It was not only the Black Turtle Sanctum, but the other three sanctums were also filled with similar discussions. For a time, Duan Lingtian became famous. His fame this time was completely different from his fame in the past. This time, Duan Lingtian's strength was acknowledged by everyone in the Four Symbols Sanctums. A Zoroastrianism disciple who had just entered the Saint Land after leaving the Four Symbols Sanctums killed a true disciple whose cultivation base was at the Saint Celestial stage in the Saint Land's Palace of Death. In the long history of Zoroastrianism, this was the first time such a ridiculous thing had happened. Generally speaking, Zoroastrianism disciples who had just entered the Saint Land from the Four Symbols Sanctums had very limited strength. They were not even comparable to some outstanding elite disciples in the Saint Land, let alone true disciples. One could say that Duan Lingtian's act of killing Yang Wen was a first for Zoroastrianism. He was destined to leave a deep mark in the history of the fire worship sect, and his name would go down in history. In a spacious mansion on the eastern side of the Black Turtle Sanctum, Li An, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder, who had also received the news, was so enraged that his body trembled. His expression was distorted. He suddenly raised his hand and was about to hit the stone table in front of him. However, he held himself back in the end. For the sake of Duan Lingtian, he had changed the stone table in his courtyard countless times. Duan Lingtian. How did he kill Yang Wen? Furthermore, it was after Yang Wen had consumed a forbidden pill that he killed him. Lian had a look of disbelief on his face. After taking a deep breath, Lian decided to personally go to the Saint Land to find out more about the situation. As a Zoroastrianism elder, Lian could freely travel between the Four Symbols Sanctums and the Saint Land. He left the Black Turtle Sanctum and made his way to the Saint Land. When he arrived at the Saint Land, he finally confirmed that Yang Wen had been killed by Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, he also learned some details. The sword technique that Duan Lingtian cast at the end. Even the Palace of Death's Bronze Flame Elder at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage can't capture it. Lian's expression changed drastically when he thought of this. He knew very well what this meant. This meant that if Duan Lingtian wanted to, he could even kill a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian's strength is suspected to be at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage when he cast his assist-type divine ability. Lian's expression turned grave when he thought of this. His eyes were filled with killing intent as though he was about to devour someone. At this moment, a strong sense of danger rose in the depths of his heart. In the past, although he knew Duan Lingtian would be a threat to him in the future, he thought it would only be a matter of years later. However, he finally realized it now. In just a few years, Duan Lingtian's strength would surpass his. He was merely at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian, you're really good at hiding your strength. At this moment, Lian thought Duan Lingtian had been concealing his true strength and only revealed it during the battle with Yang Wen. Lian left the Saint Land with a heavy heart. After he returned to the Black Turtle Sanctum, he quickly left the Black Turtle Sanctum and made his way to the Northern Plethora sect. I must inform Yang Chong about this as soon as possible. I think Yang Chong will do his best to investigate Duan Lingtian's background after Yang Wen's death. As long as I find out Duan Lingtian's background and find out who his family is, I'm sure Duan Lingtian will take the bait. Lian thought to himself as he made his way to the Northern Plethora sect. Duan Lingtian must be killed. Otherwise, even Yang Chong and I might not be able to suppress him in a few years' time. When he thought of this, Lian became even more anxious, and his speed instantly soared a few notches. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was going through the procedures to become a true disciple in the Saint Land. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, apart from the two traditional ways, there was a third way to become a true disciple. That was to kill a true disciple whose cultivation base was at the Saint Celestial stage in the Palace of Death. Chapter 2009. If Yang Wen, who was walking on the road to hell, found out that Duan Lingtian had stepped on his corpse to become a true disciple, he would probably be angered to the point of vomiting blood. After replacing Yang Wen and becoming a true disciple, Duan Lingtian had obtained the right to stay at Yang Wen's residence. It was an independent floating island around the Saint Island, and there was a spacious mansion on it. Junior brother Ling Tian, this is Yang Wen's original residence. Duan Lingtian was able to find Yang Wen's residence so quickly, all thanks to Liu Yun leading the way. It was Liu Yun who accompanied him to go through the procedures to become a true disciple today. After getting to know each other, Duan Lingtian quickly became friends with Liu Yun. Liu Yun was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He was very open in front of people he knew and was not as cold as before. Senior brother Liu Yun, come in and have a seat. Duan Lingtian smiled as he greeted Liu Yun. Next time. Liu Yun said politely, you've been busy for half a day. It's time for you to rest. I'm not tired. Duan Lingtian shook his head and continued to say, Senior brother Liu Yun, I have something to ask you. If it's convenient for you, please come in and have a seat with me. If it's not convenient for you, I'll look for you next time. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Liu Yun shook his head and said, I'm just worried it'll affect your rest. Since junior brother Ling Tian has a question, I'll, naturally, tell you everything I know. Liu Yun followed by Duan Lingtian's side and flew toward the mansion on the floating island. The mansion was very spacious, and there was a restriction formation set up outside. This formation was equivalent to a door that could only be opened with a key. If one did not have a key, one would not be able to enter at all. Naturally, anyone at the Saint Celestial stage or above could use brute force to barge in as long as they were willing. However, if they did that, it would definitely alert the patrolling elders in this area. Moreover, they would be sent to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall and be severely punished. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, a token appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was his identity token as a true disciple. When he infused the token with the saint power of the sun, a mysterious power suddenly extended from it and struck the void. Suddenly, the air above the mansion in front of him shook, and circles of ripples spread out. It was as if a door had opened in the void. What a magical formation! Duan Lingtian exclaimed. Before he came here, he had heard that there was a formation in the residence of a true disciple that required a key to enter, but did not require a key to exit. Moreover, his identity token was the key. However, when he truly witnessed the wonders of the formation before him, he couldn't help but exclaim. Then, Duan Lingtian and Liu Yun passed through the door formed by the ripples in the air. After they entered, the ripples in the void gradually calmed down, and the restriction array closed. After entering the mansion, Duan Lingtian and Liu Yun went to the front yard together. The front yard was very spacious. Not only were there all kinds of flowers and plants planted, but there was also a pond with some fish in it. There was a pavilion at the end of the gravel path in the front yard. There was a stone table in the middle of the pavilion, and there were 3 stone stools around it. Senior brother Liu Yun, please take a seat. Duan Lingtian and Liu Yun walked into the pavilion. After Liu Yun sat down at the stone table, Duan Lingtian sat down as well. Junior brother Ling Tian, what do you want to ask me? Liu Yun asked straightforwardly after they sat down. Senior brother Liu Yun, although I've just arrived at the Saint Land not long ago, I heard someone talking about something a few days ago. I'm quite curious about it. If you know anything about it, please tell me. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as soon as he spoke. Don't worry, junior brother Ling Tian. As long as it's something I know, I'll definitely tell you everything, Liu Yun said solemnly. He knew Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Even if Duan Lingtian was stronger than him now, he might not be able to surpass him in the future. However, due to his relationship with his cousin, Liu Mu, and his interactions with Duan Lingtian, he acknowledged Duan Lingtian as a friend. Naturally, there was another reason he acknowledged Duan Lingtian. That was. He had a strong feeling that Duan Lingtian's future achievements would not stop there. Naturally, that was only his intuition. Even he did not believe it. After all, Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. However, even if it was just his intuition, it did not affect his attitude toward Duan Lingtian. I'm relieved to hear your words, senior brother Liu Yun. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly before his expression turned solemn. He asked, Senior brother Liu Yun, I overheard a few Saint Lan's elite disciples secretly discussing something. They said our Zoroastrianism's saint girl has been imprisoned. What's going on? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Liu Yun's expression changed immediately. He looked around vigilantly before he said to Duan Lingtian in a low voice, Junior brother Lingtian, it's fine if you talk about our Zoroastrianism's saint girl in private, but don't talk about it in public. Otherwise, once the enforcement hall finds out, you'll definitely be severely punished. The enforcement hall has ordered us not to talk about the saint girl. Liu Yun reminded Liu Yun solemnly when he reached the end of his sentence. I can see that. Otherwise, those elite disciples wouldn't have discussed it in private. Duan Lingtian smiled innocently. Don't worry, senior brother Liu Yun. I'm just asking you in private. I won't talk about this in public. I'm just curious. What's going on with our Zoroastrianism's saint girl? In the past, I thought I knew a little about Zoroastrianism, but I've never heard of a Zoroastrianism's saint girl. Duan Lingtian said. He did not dare to reveal the truth in front of Liu Yun. It was not because he did not trust Liu Yun, but this was a serious matter. He did not want to implicate Liu Yun. Due to this reason, he could only try to find out more about Kerr. Actually, I'm not too sure about the saint girl. I've only heard about it from others, Liu Yun said. It's said that when the saint girl was born a few decades ago, she was chosen by our Zoroastrianism to be the saint girl. However, for some reason, the saint girl disappeared. It was only a few years ago that the saint girl was found and brought back to our Zoroastrianism. The person who found the saint girl was senior sister Yu Yang. Liu Yun paused for a moment when he reached this part of his sentence. Senior sister Yu Yang? Duan Lingtian was stunned on the surface. However, he had already confirmed it in his heart. The senior sister Yu Yang that Liu Yun mentioned was Kaimai who took Kerr away. She was the person who claimed to be Kerr's elder sister. Duan Lingtian still remembered that Kaimai looked exactly like Kerr. I wonder if Kaimai knows about my existence now that I'm famous in the Zoroastrianism? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly when he thought about Kaimai. Previously, when Kaimai took Kerr away, he had naively thought that since Kaimai was Kerr's twin sister, she would not harm Kerr. That Kaimai is really ruthless. She can even push her own twin sister into the fire pit. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, the fire of anger in his heart rose uncontrollably. It's normal that you don't know senior sister Yu Yang since you've just arrived at the Saint Land. Liu Yun continued to say, senior sister Yu Yang's full name is Gan Yu Yang. Like us, she's also a true disciple. At the same time, she's ranked 7th on the True ranking and 951 on the Supreme Saint ranking. A hint of respect could be seen in Liu Yun's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a better understanding of Kaimai. As it turned out, Kaimai's real name was Gan Yu Yang. Moreover, she was also a top-notch genius in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Moreover, senior sister Yu Yang is one of the rare geniuses in Zoroastrianism who possesses an indigo innate spiritual root. Her master is also one of the 3 great guardians of Zoroastrianism, Guardian Qing Hua. Liu Yun continued to say. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but be surprised. He did not expect Kerr's sister to possess an indigo innate spiritual root. Moreover, she was also a direct disciple of a guardian of Zoroastrianism. No wonder she pushed her own sister into the fire pit. As it turns out, she's a direct disciple of a guardian of Zoroastrianism. She's trying to put righteousness before her own family to show off in front of her master. While Duan Lingtian was shocked by the fact that Sister Ku'er possessed an indigo innate spiritual root, his anger seemed to have turned into a prairie fire that was about to burst out at any moment. Most importantly, It said that senior sister Yu Yang is the saint's twin sister. When Liu Yun reached this point, Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes. However, he pretended to be surprised as he asked, "Twin sister? If that's the case, why would she push her own twin sister into the fire pit? It seems like senior sister Yu Yang is also a cold-blooded person." When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of disdain could be heard in his voice. "Junior brother Lingtian, you've misunderstood senior sister Yu Yang." Liu Yun shook his head. "Misunderstood?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "Senior brother Liu Yun, weren't you the one who said that the saint of Zoroastrianism was brought back by senior sister Yu Yang? Isn't she the one who brought the saint to the enforcement hall?" "Of course not." Liu Yun shook his head. When Duan Lingtian's frown deepened, Liu Yun continued to explain. It said that after the saint was brought back, senior sister Yu Yang hid her in her residence until Wen Yang discovered it 2 to 3 years later. After Wen Yang discovered that senior sister Yu Yang was secretly hiding the saint, she went to the law enforcement hall to report it. Because of this, senior sister Yu Yang, the saint, and the saint's 2-year-old daughter were all taken away by the law enforcement hall and are still imprisoned in the law enforcement hall. Chapter 2010. Wen Yang. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Liu Yun's words. His eyes flashed coldly. Although this was his first time hearing this name, he already hated the owner of this name. It was all because of this woman that his wife and daughter were imprisoned by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. "It seems like I've misunderstood her." Duan Lingtian finally realized he had misunderstood Ker's sister, Gan Yu Yang. However, the anger in his heart did not lessen. He merely changed his target from Gan Yu Yang to Wen Yang. "Senior brother Liu Yun, who's this Wen Yang?" Duan Lingtian asked after he took a deep breath. He was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Wen Yang is a true disciple of the Zoroastrianism. She's ranked 9th on the true ranking. Apart from senior sister Yu Yang, she's the only female disciple in the top 10 of the true ranking. Although Wen Yang's innate talent and strength are good, she's known for her bad character. Liu Yun said with a disdainful expression, "Put everything else aside, just the matter of the saint girl alone is enough. It's because she's so competitive that she's suppressed by senior sister Yu Yang, who's also a female disciple. That's why she's thinking of ways to step on senior sister Yu Yang. The matter of the saint girl has given her an opportunity. It's said that senior sister Yu Yang has committed a grave mistake. Even Guardian Qing Hua hasn't done anything yet. I think he'll have to wait until the sect leader comes out of closed-door cultivation before he can make a decision." Liu Yun could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. "Wen Yang. I'll remember this." A cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he silently recited this name in his heart. "Senior brother Liu Yun, you said senior sister Yu Yang is ranked 7th on the true ranking and the 950th on the supreme saint ranking. What's her cultivation base?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Senior sister Yu Yang is a true disciple at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage just like me." Liu Yun replied. "Only the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "Both of you are at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage, but isn't the gap between you and senior sister Yu Yang a little too wide? One is ranked 7th on the true ranking, while the other is ranked 27th. Junior brother Lingtian, there's something you don't know. Among the 100 true disciples on the true ranking, apart from the true disciples who are ranked in the top 3 and below, the rest of them have a cultivation base at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage." Liu Yun continued to say, "Although they're all at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage, the gap in their strength is huge. In the current Dao Martial Saint Land, apart from those at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage and above, those who are ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking are all elites at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage. On the other hand, there are only 7 true disciples from Zoroastrianism who are ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. The person ranked 8th on the true ranking behind senior sister Yu Yang isn't strong enough to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. Due to this reason, coupled with the fact that senior sister Yu Yang is also a female disciple, Wen Yang doesn't like senior sister Yu Yang. She can't wait for something to happen to senior sister Yu Yang." If that's the case, she'll be able to replace senior sister Yu Yang and become the publicly acknowledged big sister among the true disciple. Liu Yun finished speaking in one breath, allowing Du and Lingtian to understand how important the Supreme Saint ranking was. Ke's sister is publicly acknowledged as the big sister among the true disciples. At the same time, Du and Lingtian also realized this. Based on Liu Yun's words, Du and Lingtian finally understood. Half of the powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage were ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. In Zoroastrianism, Bronze Flame Elders were usually at the first or second form of the Saint Celestial stage, while Silver Flame Elders were usually at the third or fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Golden Flame Elders were at the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The two vice sect leaders were at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for the strongest person in Zoroastrianism, the sect leader and the three great guardians were at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. At that stage, one could live as long as heaven and earth. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the distribution of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses was uneven. Among them, there were countless powerhouses at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. Powerhouses at this level were not qualified to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. Although there were not that many powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, there were still many of them. Naturally, it was difficult for powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. On average, only 1 in 10 powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage was qualified to be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. Based on this, one could see the strength of powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage who were ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. Ke's sister, Gan Yu Yang, was one of them. There were fewer powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, there were fewer powerhouses at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage and above. This could be seen from the rankings on the Supreme Saint ranking. As for powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage and above, they were extremely rare in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Most of them were the pillars of the three great sects. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, apart from the three great sects, only the dragons and the Phoenix clan that were superior to the ordinary first-rate forces had powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage and above. The current dragons did not have as many powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage as compared to the three great sects. As for the Phoenix clan, nobody knew how many powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage and above were in the Phoenix clan. However, as a clan as old as the dragons, the Phoenix clan's strength was not inferior to the dragons. The two clans were existences that the three great sects did not dare to offend. This was because there were powerhouses at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage and above among the two clans. Junior brother Lingtian, put everything else aside, just the last move you used to kill Yang Wen is so powerful that it's enough for you to be listed on the Supreme Saint ranking. All of a sudden, Liu Yun seemed to have thought of something as he said to Du and Lingtian with a solemn expression, "Even the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death and I couldn't catch a trace of your sword attack. I'm afraid only a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to catch a trace of your sword attack. I'm afraid only powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to catch a trace of your sword." Liu Yun's words were filled with admiration for Du and Lingtian. For this reason, it's almost impossible to find a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage who's stronger than you. Even if there's someone at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, it's extremely rare. I also relied on my assist-type divine ability to cast that sword strike. Therefore, that sword strike was purely a fluke. I was lucky, Du and Lingtian said as he shook his head. Junior brother Lingtian, you're too humble. Strictly speaking, assist-type divine abilities are also a part of your strength. Liu Yun shook his head as well before he said with a smile, "Junior brother Lingtian, do you believe that your battle with Yang Wen is enough for you to be listed on the Supreme Saint ranking? Moreover, your ranking won't be low. You're exaggerating, right?" Du and Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect there would be a day when he would be listed on the Supreme Saint ranking. "I'm not exaggerating. You really have the strength to do so. When your ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking is out, I'm afraid the true ranking of Zoroastrianism will change as well. I think you'll be able to be ranked in the top 5 of the true ranking, Liu Yun continued to say. Ranked in the top 5 of the true ranking? Duan Lingtian was stunned again when he heard Liu Yun's words. However, he did not deny it. Liu Yun did not continue the topic when he saw Duan Lingtian's disbelief. He believed that as long as the time was right, the facts would prove everything he said. Senior brother Liu Yun, since the saint girl of Zoroastrianism is senior sister Yu Yang's twin sister, and senior sister Yu Yang possesses an indigo innate spiritual root, she's still unable to defeat her to be the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. Logically speaking, the saint girl's innate talent should be on par with senior sister Yu Yang, right? Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled Ker's innate talent. Ker's innate talent was considered outstanding in the mortal continent's cloud continent. However, that was due to the 10,000-year stalactite milk she had consumed. However, even after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, Ker's innate talent was only considered ordinary in the Dao martial saint land. How could she be selected as the saint girl of Zoroastrianism with such innate talent? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out. He was even more confused when he learned that Ker's twin sister, Gan Yu Yang, possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. What was the reason? As far as I know, senior sister Yu Yang wasn't selected as the saint girl of Zoroastrianism because her innate talent was not as good as her twin sister's. When Liu Yun heard Duan Lingtian's question, he immediately replied, according to what I heard, senior sister Yu Yang's twin sister, the saint girl of Zoroastrianism, was found to possess a violet innate spiritual root when she was a baby. After he finished speaking, Liu Yun's expression turned solemn. Violet innate spiritual root. When Duan Lingtian heard Liu Yun's words, it was as though he was struck by lightning. Ke possessed a violet innate spiritual root. How's that possible? Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. If Ke possessed a violet innate spiritual root, why was her cultivation speed so slow? Duan Lingtian continued to ask, senior brother Liu Yun, as far as I know, the saint girl of Zoroastrianism seems to be very weak. She hasn't even entered the divine saint stage. Chapter 2011. I heard that the saint girl's innate spiritual root has been temporarily sealed for some reason. That's why the saint girl's cultivation base isn't that outstanding. ? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Liu Yun replied, I don't know the exact reason. It's been sealed. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. The question in his heart was answered. If that was the case, everything made sense now. However, I didn't expect Ke to possess a violet innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked when he thought of this. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already learned everything he needed to know. He did not have any questions for Liu Yun for the time being, so Liu Yun bade him farewell and left. After Duan Lingtian sent Liu Yun off, he picked a room in the mansion and entered it. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian immediately took out the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought. He sat cross-legged in the air and prepared to cultivate. After the battle with Yang Wen, my cultivation base has completely stabilized. It seems like if I cast the elementary devouring tactic without holding back to strengthen my Sun Saint energy, I'll be able to quickly stabilize my cultivation base. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had encountered quite a bottleneck after his cultivation base had broken through to the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Although he had a high innate talent and the cultivation environment on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was still unrealistic for him to break through to the exemplary saint stage in such a short time. Currently, Duan Lingtian had completely stabilized his cultivation base after the battle with Yang Wen. Duan Lingtian had a feeling that if he attempted to break through to the exemplary saint stage now, even if there was still a bottleneck, it would only be a small one. It would be easy for him to break through it and successfully break through to the exemplary saint stage. I must break through to the exemplary saint stage this time. Once I break through to the exemplary saint stage, my strength will be comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 2nd form of the Saint Celestial stage even without the Jasper Celestial Sword. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart was filled with longing for the exemplary saint stage. If Duan Lingtian's thoughts were known to any Zoroastrianism elder or Zoroastrianism disciple, they would probably be scared to death. A person who had killed a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage had yet to break through to the exemplary saint stage. One could imagine. If news of this spread out, let alone Zoroastrianism, even the entire upper province of the Dao martial saintland would be shocked. With my current strength, if I don't use the Jasper Celestial Sword, I'm only as strong as a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although Yang Wen has mastered a high-grade movement divine ability, it's still lacking. Otherwise, I won't be able to catch up to him even if I activate the 100 Inscriptions Saint Sword with the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding with the heart. Duan Lingtian knew his own strength very well. If he did not use the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword, he was only as strong as an ordinary powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was only slightly weaker than most powerhouses at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. Most powerhouses at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage had mastered high-grade divine abilities to a certain extent. Moreover, their cultivation base was at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. When I killed Yang Wen, although I avoided the custodian of the Palace of Death, Nai Zui, he was already suspicious. It seems like I shouldn't use the Jasper Celestial Sword recklessly in front of a Silver Flame Elder. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, otherwise, the Jasper Celestial Sword will be exposed sooner or later. Since the Jasper Celestial Sword was a Celestial Supreme Treasure that was even more precious than the top 10 Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking, it would definitely attract the attention of many powerhouses. At that time, even the powerhouses in the upper province of the Dao martial saintland would be alerted by it. In the past, those weaker powerhouses couldn't lift the Jasper Celestial Sword due to its ridiculous weight. However, it won't be difficult for powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage or above to lift the Jasper Celestial Sword. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he became even more worried and fearful. At the same time, he made up his mind. In the future, unless he was on the brink of death or there was no powerhouse present who could see through his sword-wielding technique, he would not use the Jasper Celestial Sword recklessly. Cultivate. I must break through to the early exemplary saint stage during my closed-door cultivation. I'll go to the Death Enforcement Hall to have a look after I come out of my closed-door cultivation. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he closed his eyes and completely immersed himself in his cultivation. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. As Duan Lingtian circulated his cultivation method, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the room continued to surge into his body. It was transported by the 9 dragons and circulated through his 99 saint veins. As the cultivation place of true disciples, the cultivation environment here was, naturally, better than the cultivation environment of ordinary elite disciples. Northern Plethora Sect. As a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao martial saintland, the Northern Plethora Sect was located in the depths of the mountains in the western region. Today, the Northern Plethora Sect welcomed an uninvited guest. However, as soon as this uninvited guest arrived at the Northern Plethora Sect's estate, he was stopped by the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder and 10 patrolling disciples. I'm Li An, the Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism. Faced with the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling team, the uninvited guest raised his hand and took out an identity token. It was the identity token that represented his identity as a Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism. Greetings, Elder Li An. When the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder heard Li An's self-introduction and saw the identity token in his hand, he quickly bowed and greeted him. Not only was Li An a Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism, but he was also ranked at the 139th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Faced with such a person, the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder, naturally, did not dare to be negligent. Greetings, Elder Li An. The 10 patrolling disciples behind the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder bowed and greeted Li An as well. Su. However, Li An ignored them and flew into the Northern Plethora Sect on his own. He made his way to a corner of the Northern Plethora Sect's estate. Upon seeing this, the Northern Plethora Sect's patrolling elder and the 10 patrolling disciples were not surprised. They had long heard that Li An, the the Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism, and Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, were best friends. At this moment, Lian was heading to the cultivation place of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. "Why are you here? Is there anything urgent?" Yang Chong was slightly surprised when he saw Lian, who was travel-worn. His expression turned solemn immediately. He knew there must be something important for Lian to come here personally. Otherwise, Lian would not have personally come to look for him. Yang Wen is dead. Initially, Lian merely looked at Yang Chong without saying a word. However, after a long while, he finally opened his mouth and sighed. Boom! Lian's words were like a bolt from the blue when they entered Yang Chong's ears. Yang Wen was his eldest son. He was also the son he valued the most. However, Lian had just told him his eldest son was dead. In an instant, Yang Chong felt his vision blur, followed by a bout of dizziness. He could not accept this cruel fact from the bottom of his heart. Even when he learned his youngest son, Yang Wu, had been killed, he did not lose his composure like this. "My condolences," Lian sighed and comforted Yang Chong when he saw that Yang Chong seemed to have lost his soul after being stunned for a while. He was the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect after all. Even if he could not accept this fact, he still forced himself to calm down. "What's going on?" Yang Chong looked at Lian with bloodshot eyes and a ferocious expression on his face. He had known Lian for many years. Naturally, he knew Lian would not joke about this. Due to this reason, he did not doubt Lian when he said his eldest son, Yang Wen, was dead. Yang Wen signed a death pact with Duan Lingtian in the Palace of Death, the holy land of Zoroastrianism. He wanted to avenge Yang Wu. Who would have thought Duan Lingtian had concealed his cultivation base and killed Yang Wen? When Lian mentioned Duan Lingtian, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Boom! Lian's words were like a bolt of lightning that descended from the sky, and it struck Yang Chong to the point he was dumbstruck. After Duan Lingtian killed his youngest son, Yang Wu, he killed his eldest son, Yang Wen? Duan Lingtian killed Wen. How's this possible? Yang Chong found it hard to believe. Initially, I didn't want to believe it as well. I even went to the Saint Land to investigate the matter. Yang Wen was killed by Duan Lingtian even after he consumed a forbidden pill in the Palace of Death, the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. The sword technique Duan Lingtian used to kill Yang Wen was so fast that Yang Wen didn't even have time to react. Even those powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage who were present at the scene didn't catch a trace of Duan Lingtian's sword technique. Lian's expression turned grave when he reached the end of his sentence. Yang Chong's eyes widened when he heard Lian's words. An expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on his face. Duan Lingtian is so strong. Although Yang Chong found it hard to believe, he had no choice but to admit it. Duan Lingtian killed 2 of my sons and cut off my bloodline. I'll never forgive him. Yang Chong growled. He looked as though he had gone mad. It was clear he was furious. Yang Chong, now's not the time to be angry. Lian's eyes gleamed coldly as he said bluntly, "We must get rid of Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Otherwise, even you and I won't be able to suppress him when he grows stronger. At that time, let alone avenge your sons, you'll be fine as long as he doesn't kill you." Yang Chong shuddered when he heard Lian's words. He finally regained his senses and suppressed the anger in his heart. "Previously, I asked someone to inform you that Duan Lingtian might be from the lower province. Have you sent someone to investigate?" Chapter 2012. No. Yes. Upon hearing Lian's words, Yang Chong shook his head with a grave expression and said, "I plan to gather my men in the upper province to investigate his background first. If I still can't find anything after some time, I'll send my men to the lower province to investigate. Give me a group of men. I'll bring them to the lower province to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. I have a feeling that Duan Lingtian might be from the lower province." Lian's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice. Currently, Yang Chong was itching to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces because of the death of his 2 sons. How could he not want to kill Duan Lingtian as well? Based on the irreconcilable conflict and enmity between him and Duan Lingtian, One could imagine how he would end up if Duan Lingtian grew stronger. Due to this reason, he had decided to personally bring his men to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. Once he found out about Duan Lingtian's background, he would find his family members and force Duan Lingtian to leave Zoroastrianism. Once Duan Lingtian left Zoroastrianism, he would be a fish on the chopping board that he could do whatever he wanted to him. As long as Duan Lingtian was still alive, he would not be able to rest easy. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening in the Northern Plethora sect. He was also unaware that Lian, the first Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum of Zoroastrianism, had already brought a group of Saint Celestial stage powerhouses from the Northern Plethora sect to the Dobasay Subterranean through the Inter-Province Transportation Formation. Currently, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation. He did not care about what was happening outside. In the northern region of the Dao Martial Saint Land, in a world of ice and snow, a snow-capped peak stood there. It was inconspicuous compared to the snow-capped peaks of different heights around it. This area was sparsely populated. Usually, no one would come here. Halfway up the inconspicuous snowy peak, there was a vast stone platform. A palace stood on top of it, and there were more than 10 adjacent pavilions around the palace. Once he was 1,000 meters away from the stone platform, no matter how good his eyesight was, he would not be able to see the stone platform. Outside the stone platform, an illusory formation was set up to block the line of sight. From afar, this formation looked like a vast expanse of whiteness, like waves of white fog. It made this snow-capped peak look no different from other snow-capped peaks. It couldn't be any more low-key. It was hard to imagine that there was a completely different world behind the white fog. Whoosh! Accompanied by a slight gust of wind, a graceful figure swept out from a pavilion near the palace. This was a young woman with lively eyes that flickered with a mischievous luster. Her eyebrows were picturesque, and she had autumn eyes and a fine nose. Coupled with her almost perfect cherry lips, she was like a picture of a devastatingly beautiful woman. A moment later, the young woman came to the front of another pavilion and shouted, "Hey, damned ladyboy, did Senior Uncle Tianji say when he's coming back?" If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize this devastatingly beautiful young woman with just a glance. She was Han Xuanai, whom he treated as his own sister. "I'm not a damned ladyboy." Almost as soon as Han Xuanai finished speaking, a feminine voice resonated from the pavilion in front of her. There was a hint of anger in the voice. If one only listened to the voice, one would not be able to tell whether the person with the feminine voice was male or female. Subsequently, no matter what Han Xuanai said, there was no more sound coming from the pavilion in front of her. She was completely ignored. "Damned ladyboy, how dare you ignore me?" Immediately, Han Xuanai raised her eyebrows and flew into a rage out of humiliation. Creak! At this moment, the door of another pavilion suddenly opened, and a young man walked out. It was none other than Nangong Yi, the younger brother of the Nangong brothers. He was also one of the successors of the 7 Absolute Sect's Gemini progeny. As for Han Xuanai, she was the successor of the 7 Absolute Sect's Red Dust progeny. The damned ladyboy that Han Xuanai mentioned was called Yu Wu Ying. He was the successor of the 7 Absolute Sect's Dark Shadow progeny. This was the temporary estate of the 7 Absolutes sect in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. There was a stone platform, a palace, and more than 10 pavilions. Nangong Yi. Han Xuanai's eyes lit up when she heard Nangong Yi. She flew out and arrived in front of Nangong Yi. "Miss Xuanai." Nangong Yi greeted Han Xuanai with a smile as well. "Nangong Yi, you and Nangong Chen followed that damned ladyboy all the way to the upper province. Along the way, did you hear him mention the successor of the 7 Absolute Sect's Fog Rain progeny?" Han Xuanai asked bluntly. "Yes." Nangong Yi nodded. Han Xuanai's eyes lit up again. "What did he say?" "He said the appearance of the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the 7 Absolute Sect's Absolute, signifies the rise of the 7 Absolute Sect. It also signifies the arrival of a new era. Due to this reason, Senior Prophet is in a hurry to look for the successor of the Gemini progeny." Nangong Yi said, "If it wasn't for the fact that Senior Prophet is in a hurry to look for the successor of the Gemini progeny, I'm afraid Nangong Chen and I wouldn't have had a chance to inherit the Gemini progeny. Nangong Yi's words showed that he knew his place very well. The Dao Marshal Saint Land was so big. As long as one had enough time, it would not be difficult to find a twin brother who was better than both of them. Did he say who the successor of the Fog Rain progeny is and where he is now? Han Xuanai asked again. I've asked him, but he said he doesn't know. However, he said Senior Prophet and Senior Hua should know about the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Miss Xuanai, Senior Hua is your master. Didn't you ask her? Nangong Yi shook his head, but he could not help but ask. I did. However, she refused to tell me. Han Xuanai said with a bitter expression, I don't know what she's worried about. It doesn't matter if she tells me who the successor of the Fog Rain progeny is. Is she afraid I'll bully her? The successor of the Fog Rain progeny is really mysterious. A hint of curiosity could be seen in Nangong Yi's eyes as he sighed. Then, as though he had recalled something, Nangong Yi looked at Han Xuanai and asked, Miss Xuanai, why haven't I seen Senior Prophet and Senior Hua in the past few days? Senior Uncle Prophet has gone to pick up the successors of the Blazing Phoenix progeny and the Prophet progeny. As for my master, she seems to have gone to look for the successor of the Kratos progeny. Han Xuanai replied. The Prophet progeny? Is it Senior Prophet's disciple? Nangong Yi's eyes lit up. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded. I only found out a few days ago that Senior Uncle Heavenly Secret had already found his successor. I heard from my master that the successor that Senior Uncle Heavenly Secret found is a senior sister. Apart from that, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny seems to be a senior sister as well. A hint of anticipation could be seen in Han Xuanai's eyes. I really hope Senior Uncle Prophet can return as soon as possible. That way, I'll be able to meet the two senior sisters as soon as possible. Then, does this mean all 6 successors of the 7 Absolute sect will be present when Senior Prophet and Senior Hua return? Nangong Yi asked in surprise. Han Xuanai nodded. Will Senior Heavenly Secrets and Senior Flower bring back the successor of the Misty Rain lineage? Nangong Yi asked as he looked at Han Xuanai with anticipation. No. Han Xuanai immediately shook her head and said, I heard from my master that the reason she and Senior Uncle Prophet are bringing back the successors of the other 3 Absolutes is to activate the 6 Absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation to change the fates of the 7 of us. Among the 6 Absolutes, there were 2 people from the Gemini progeny. For this reason, Han Xuanai said there were 7 of them. Changing the fates of the heavens. Han Xuanai's eyes glowed with excitement as soon as she finished speaking. She was clearly looking forward to it. 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation? What kind of formation is that? Nangong Yi asked in surprise. I heard it's a heaven-defying formation that can raise the grade of our innate spiritual root. I heard from my master that once the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation is activated, the 7 of us will have at least indigo innate spiritual root. Han Xuanai's voice was filled with excitement when she said this. If we have enough potential, our innate spiritual roots might even have a chance to be violet. Innate spiritual roots. Indigo innate spiritual roots. Violet innate spiritual roots. Nangong Yi was confused when he heard Han Xuanai's words. This was his first time hearing about innate spiritual roots. For this reason, he did not know what an innate spiritual root was, let alone what an indigo innate spiritual root and a violet innate spiritual root meant. After listening to Han Xuanai's explanation, Nangong Yi finally understood what an innate spiritual root was and what an indigo innate spiritual root and a violet innate spiritual root meant. Nangong Yi's breathing quickened immediately. His heartbeat quickened, and he could not calm down for a long time. Miss Xuanai. The 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. Are the successors of the 7 Absolute sects Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, not going to participate in it? Soon after, Nangong Yi realized the problem. The 6 Absolutes in the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation refers to the 6 Absolutes in the 7 Absolutes sect other than the Fog Rain progeny. For this reason, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny won't participate in the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. When Han Shuanai reached the end of her sentence, a hint of jealousy could be seen on her face. Listen to my master. Even if the successor of the Fog Rain progeny doesn't have the help of the 6 absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation, his future achievements will only be higher than ours. Based on my guess, that fellow is most likely a freak who possesses a violet innate spiritual root. Han Shuanai's tone was firm. Listen to Shuanai. I'm looking forward to meeting the successor of the Fog Rain progeny more and more. I wonder what kind of person he is. Nangong Yi said with an eager expression on his face. I also want to know who's so lucky to obtain the inheritance of the Fog Rain progeny in our 7 absolute sect. Chapter 2013. In the pavilion, Yu Wu Ying, who was dressed in black, could not help but shake his head when he heard the conversation between Han Shuanai and Nangong Yi. Naturally, he knew who the successor of the Fog Rain progeny was. However, since the oracle man had told him to do so, he did not say anything in front of Nangong and his brother. I wonder what kind of expression that girl, Han Shuanai, will have when she sees that super freak in the future. When Yu Wu Ying thought of this, a wicked smile appeared on his enchanting face that was hidden under the hood and black robe. It was strange no matter how one looked at it. It was as though he was neither a man nor a woman. Han Shuanai did not know what was on Yu Wu Ying's mind at all. Otherwise, she would have broken the door and tried her best to get Yu Wu Ying to tell her who the successor of the Fog Rain progeny was. Time flew by. A month had passed in just a blink of an eye. A month might be considered long in the eyes of ordinary people. However, it was not long in the eyes of the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Usually, they would enter closed-door cultivation for more than a month. Zoroastrianism in the Western region. Inside the Holy Land, around the Saint Island, independent islands were suspended in the air, like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the Saint Island. These islands were the residences of the Saint Land's bronze flame elders and true disciples. Creak. Suddenly, the soft sound of a door opening resonated from one of the floating islands. Duan Lingtian, who had been in closed-door cultivation for a month, had walked out of his room. Naturally, a month had passed in the outside world, but it did not mean that Duan Lingtian had only been in closed-door cultivation for a month. The flow of time in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was 10 times slower than the outside world. In other words, a month in the outside world was equivalent to 300 days in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After a month, Duan Lingtian's aura had changed slightly. Naturally, the change was so small that ordinary people would not be able to tell. Now, it's time to look for senior brother Liu Yun and ask him about the enforcement hall. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he rose into the air and left the spacious mansion. He left the floating island that belonged to him and flew toward another floating island in the distance. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had never forgotten his purpose of joining the Zoroastrianism. During his journey, Duan Lingtian passed by 2 true disciples. These 2 true disciples did not know who Duan Lingtian. Is there such a person among the true disciples? The 2 true disciples were together. One of them came to a halt and turned around to look at Duan Lingtian's silhouette. A hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes. I've seen almost all of the 170 or so true disciples, but this is my first time seeing this person. Puzzled, the Duan Lingtian asked a question. I've never seen him before. The other true disciple shook his head. Perhaps he's someone who just became a true disciple recently. Someone who just became a true disciple recently? When the first true disciple heard the other true disciple's words, his eyes could not help but narrow as he said in shock, "Don't tell me. Is that Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian." The other true disciple's eyes narrowed as well. He inhaled sharply and only managed to catch his breath after a long time. That's possible. It seems like Duan Lingtian is the only one who became a true disciple recently. A month ago, the news of Duan Lingtian killing Yang Wen and becoming a true disciple had spread throughout the Zoroastrianism. Even the group of true disciples who were not in closed-door cultivation and did not leave the sect knew about Duan Lingtian's existence. However, most of them had never seen Duan Lingtian before. If I were to fight Yang Wen who consumed the forbidden pill, I'd definitely die. I can't believe Yang Wen who consumed the forbidden pill was still killed by Duan Lingtian. One of the true disciples looked at Duan Lingtian's back. His strength is above mine. He's much stronger than me as well. The other true disciple smiled wryly. Although the two of them were both true disciples who were ranked on the true ranking, they were only slightly stronger than Yang Wen. They were also ranked at the bottom of the true ranking. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed the two people staring at him from behind. He paused for a moment, and when he discovered the two people were not hostile, he continued to move forward. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at a floating island. There was also a palace on this floating island, and it was exactly the same as the one he lived in. This was Liu Yun's residence and place of cultivation. Due to this reason, Liu Yun had told Duan Lingtian that this was his residence when they were traveling from the Saint Island to the floating island where Duan Lingtian was currently staying. Senior brother Liu Yun, Duan Lingtian called out as he stood outside the floating island. His voice was not loud, but it penetrated the formation above the floating island and entered the mansion on the floating island. If Liu Yun was in closed-door cultivation, Liu Yun would not be disturbed by his voice. However, if Liu Yun was not in closed-door cultivation, he would be able to hear his voice. Whoosh! Almost at the same time as Duan Lingtian's voice left his mouth, a figure rose into the air from the mansion on the floating island. In just a blink of an eye, it seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew to Duan Lingtian's side. Junior brother Lingtian. The person was none other than Liu Yun. After greeting Duan Lingtian with a smile, he invited Duan Lingtian into his mansion. Not only did the mansion of a true disciple look the same from the outside, but even the environment inside was similar as well. This time, Liu Yun invited Duan Lingtian to sit in the pavilion in the front courtyard. Junior brother Lingtian, is there anything urgent that you came to look for me? Liu Yun took the initiative to ask Duan Lingtian after they sat down at the stone table in the pavilion. Actually, it's nothing important. I'm just curious about it. Duan Lingtian casually found an excuse and spoke unhurriedly. What is it? Liu Yun asked. Senior brother Liu Yun, how much do you know about the enforcement hall in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism? Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Enforcement hall? Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Liu Yun was stunned for a moment before he asked, Junior brother Lingtian, why are you interested in the enforcement hall? Senior brother Liu Yun, I'm sure you've heard about a Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder being executed by the enforcement hall, right? Not only did Duan Lingtian not answer Liu Yun's question, but he even asked such a question instead. Yes, I've heard about it. That Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder's name is Wei He. He's the direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Li, and speaking of which, his execution has something to do with you. Liu Yun nodded. The execution of a Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder by the enforcement hall was a big deal in the entire Zoroastrianism. As a true disciple, it was only natural that he had heard about it. It's because of this that I'm interested in the enforcement hall. Senior brother Liu Yun, if you know about the enforcement hall, can you tell me about it? Duan Lingtian looked at Liu Yun curiously. Liu Yun nodded and said, I won't tell you about the enforcement hall's functions since you already know about it even if I don't. Let me tell you about the people in the enforcement hall. Upon hearing Liu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. This was exactly what he wanted to know. In the enforcement hall, the hall master has the highest authority. He reports directly to the sect leader. Under the hall master of the enforcement hall, there are 3 vice hall masters. Below them are some silver flame elders, bronze flame elders, and some true disciples on duty in the enforcement hall. Liu Yun explained. True disciples on duty in the enforcement hall? Almost as soon as Liu Yun finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. A hint of surprise flashed in the depth of his eyes. Since there were true disciples on duty in the enforcement hall, did this mean he would have a chance to sneak into the enforcement hall? Duan Lingtian's mind instantly became active. If he could sneak into the enforcement hall, this meant he would have a chance to meet Ke and their daughter. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, His heartbeat quickened due to his excitement. He had not seen Kerr for a long time. Moreover, he had not seen his daughter with Kerr until now. I wonder if that girl looks like Kerr or me. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, his gaze softened and became as gentle as water. Since Duan Lingtian had already averted his gaze, Liu Yun did not notice the change in Duan Lingtian's gaze. Senior brother Liu Yun, as far as I know, the Golden Flame Elders in our Zoroastrianism are either the sanctum leaders of the four symbol sanctums or in charge of the minds in the four symbol sanctums. According to you, there's a Hall Master and 3 Vice Hall Masters in the Enforcement Hall who are above the Silver Flame Elders? Duan Lingtian could not figure this out. Junior brother Lingtian, you might not know this, but the Hall Master and the 3 Vice Hall Masters of the Enforcement Hall have never been listed as elders of Zoroastrianism since the founding of Zoroastrianism. Liu Yun continued to say, the Enforcement Hall is an independent and special place in Zoroastrianism. It reports directly to the sect leader. In terms of strength, the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall is not inferior to the 2 Vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. As for the 3 Vice Hall Masters, their strength is comparable to the Golden Flame Elders in charge of the 4 symbol sanctums. After listening to Liu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the Zoroastrianism's Enforcement Hall. I see. Chapter 2014. When Duan Lingtian asked this question, a hint of anticipation could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Why? Junior brother Lingtian, do you want to be on duty in the Enforcement Hall? Liu Yun could not help but feel stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. I want to take a look. Duan Lingtian smiled. That's simple. Due to the uniqueness of the Enforcement Hall will dismiss the true disciples on duty every other month and replace them with another batch of true disciples. Generally speaking, any true disciple will have the opportunity to be on duty in the Enforcement Hall as long as they're interested. Liu Yun said, moreover, the rewards from the Enforcement Hall are very generous. Naturally, junior brother Lingtian won't be interested in that little bit of contribution points. It was apparent that the reward Liu Yun was referring to was the contribution points. Currently, Duan Lingtian had 1 million contribution points, so naturally, he would not be interested in the little bit of contribution points from the Enforcement Hall. Upon hearing Liu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Then, he asked, Senior brother Liu Yun, how long is it before the Enforcement Hall changes the batch of true disciples? I don't pay attention to this, so I don't know. Junior brother Lingtian, if you want to know, I'll ask the Fire Remuneration Palace in the Central Square later. Liu Yun said, every time the Enforcement Hall changes the batch of true disciples, they'll issue a mission in the Fire Remuneration Palace. As long as you're a true disciple who hasn't been on duty in the Enforcement Hall for the past 3 months, you'll be able to accept the mission issued by the Enforcement Hall and go on duty in the Enforcement Hall. Duan Lingtian had been to the Fire Remuneration Palace once since he came out from the Palace of Death previously, so he was not unfamiliar with it. It was one of the many palaces around the central square of the Saint Island. Each of the palaces had its own duties, and the Fire Remuneration Palace was a place where one could issue and accept missions. No matter who it was, as long as they had contribution points, they could issue missions in the Fire Remuneration Palace. As for those who accepted the mission and completed it, they would be able to obtain contribution points from the person who issued the mission. Fire Remuneration Palace? Duan Lingtian nodded before he said to Liu Yun, there's no need to trouble senior brother Liu Yun to go to the Fire Remuneration Palace. I'll ask around myself. Senior brother Liu Yun, I don't have anything else to do, so I won't disturb you any further. After thanking Liu Yun, Duan Lingtian immediately took his leave. Currently, he was in the Law Enforcement Hall. As long as he could be on duty in the Law Enforcement Hall, he would have the opportunity to see Kerr and his daughter with Kerr. As he thought of this, he could not wait any longer. After leaving Liu Yun's residence, Duan Lingtian immediately made his way to the Saint Island. Since he was in a hurry, it did not take long for him to arrive at the Central Square. When he arrived at the Central Square again, Duan Lingtian seemed to be familiar with the place. He immediately headed in the direction of the Fire Remuneration Palace. It's Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the Fire Remuneration Palace, many Saint Land disciples recognized him. Duan Lingtian instantly became the center of attention in the Fire Remuneration Palace. He attracted the attention of more than half of the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace. His Duan Lingtian? He doesn't seem special at all. A Saint Land disciple looked at Duan Lingtian with a frown on his face. He's the one who killed the true disciple, Yang Wen, in the Palace of Death a month ago. He stepped on Yang Wen's body and replaced him as the new true disciple. That's him. Don't underestimate Duan Lingtian. I was there when he was in the Palace of Death that day. His strength is terrifying. Even Yang Wen, whose cultivation base is at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, is no match for him after consuming the forbidden pill. The sword technique he cast at the end was terrifying. Even the two bronze flame elders in the Palace of Death didn't see it clearly. I was there as well. I lost 3,000 contribution points because I bet all my money on Yang Wen. You only lost 3,000 contribution points, but I lost 5,000 contribution point. The group of Saint Land disciples began to discuss among themselves as they watched Duan Lingtian. In the end, more and more Saint Land disciples began to scold Yang Wen for being useless and causing them to lose a lot of contribution points. At this moment, the counters in the Fire Remuneration Palace were filled with people. They were either here to issue missions or to accept missions. Duan Lingtian chose a counter and walked over. As Duan Lingtian made his way to the counter, the dozen or so Saint Land disciples who were queuing up in front of the counter immediately moved aside with a fearful expression on their faces, making way for Duan Lingtian. Elder, I'll issue a mission in a while. When the Saint Land disciple who was about to issue a mission at the counter saw Duan Lingtian walking over to his counter, he hurriedly greeted the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter and made way for him. It was as though he was afraid he would be beaten up if he was too slow. At this moment, the counter became empty. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw this. Previously, when he came with Liu Yun, he had already seen such a scene. He knew this was the privilege of a true disciple. Otherwise, even if this was a world where only the strong were respected, one would not be able to defeat everyone one by one no matter how strong one was. You're Duan Lingtian? When Duan Lingtian arrived in front of the counter, the bronze flame elder's eyes lit up as he studied Duan Lingtian curiously. Recently, Duan Lingtian was the name that everyone heard the most in Zoroastrianism. For this reason, it was no wonder the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder would lose his composure when he saw Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he nodded in response. Are you here to issue a mission or to accept a mission? At the same time, the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter regained his senses and asked as a matter of routine. Elder, I'd like to ask. When will the enforcement hall change the batch of true disciples on duty? Duan Lingtian asked without beating around the bush. Duan Lingtian wants to be on duty in the enforcement hall? Many Saint Land disciples were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Generally speaking, true disciples who want to be on duty in the enforcement hall would do it for the generous reward. Didn't Duan Lingtian earn 1 million contribution points a month ago? Why would he be interested in being on duty in the enforcement hall? I don't understand. I really don't know what he's thinking. If I have 1 million contribution points, I definitely won't be on duty in the enforcement hall. Even if you want to be on duty, you'll have to become a true disciple first. If you're not a true disciple, the enforcement hall won't accept you even if you give them your contribution point. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, the Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. They could not figure out why Duan Lingtian wanted to be on duty in the enforcement hall. Being on duty in the enforcement hall was an arduous and thankless task in the Zoroastrianism's Saint Land. Otherwise, the enforcement hall would not have offered such a generous reward. 10 days later. Although the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder did not know why Duan Lingtian was interested in being on duty in the enforcement hall, he replied immediately, at that time, the enforcement hall will also issue a mission in the Fire Remuneration Palace. If you're interested, you can come and accept the mission. Thank you, elder. Duan Lingtian nodded before he turned around and prepared to leave. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave the Fire Remuneration Palace, a commotion broke out outside the Fire Remuneration Palace. It caused him to stop in his tracks. Huh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw a graceful and beautiful figure walking into the fire remuneration palace amidst the commotion. She attracted the attention of the Saint Land disciples in the fire remuneration palace. A female true disciple? Duan Lingtian's eyes immediately shifted to the clothes the person was wearing. He recognized the person was wearing the uniform of a true disciple. Most importantly, it was a woman. A female true disciple. As Duan Lingtian continued to look up, he saw the person's appearance clearly. She was quite beautiful and could be considered as a beauty. However, compared to his wives, Li Fei and Ku he was still lacking by more than just a little. It's senior sister Wen Yang. Senior sister Wen Yang. As Duan Lingtian studied the female true disciple in front of him, the voices of Dao venerables rang in his ears again. These greetings came from the group of Saint Land disciples in the fire remuneration palace. Wen Yang. Upon hearing this name, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He found it familiar as though he had heard this name before. Wen Yang ignored the respectful greetings of the Saint Land's disciples. She raised her head haughtily as she walked toward a counter in the fire remuneration palace. I remember now. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally remembered who he had heard the name Wen Yang from. It was Liu Yun who had mentioned this name a month ago. Due to this reason, it left a deep impression on him. The reason it left a deep impression on him was, naturally, because of the words Liu Yun had said to him. It said that after the saint girl was brought back, senior sister Yu Yang hid her in her residence. It was only 2 to 3 years later that Wen Yang discovered this matter. After Wen Yang discovered that senior sister Yu Yang had secretly hidden the saint girl, she went to the enforcement hall to report it. For this reason, senior sister Yu Yang, the saint girl, and the saint girl's 2-year-old daughter were all taken away by the enforcement hall. They're still imprisoned in the enforcement hall even now. Kerr and his daughter were taken away and imprisoned by the enforcement hall because of the true disciple, Wen Yang, who went to the enforcement hall to report it. She's Wen Yang? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he stepped forward and appeared in front of Wen Yang, who was walking forward with her head held high. He blocked her path. Wen Yang was, naturally, taken aback by the sudden appearance of someone blocking her path. She instinctively came to a halt. Chapter 2015. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap reverberated in the fire remuneration palace that had fallen silent due to Duan Lingtian blocking Wen Yang's path. It was so sudden that it caught everyone by surprise. Gasp! 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 As the sound of the slap reverberated in the fire remuneration palace, the sound of people inhaling sharply rang in the air. When the group of Saint Land disciples looked at Duan Lingtian again, shock and disbelief could be seen in their eyes. Heavens! What did they just see? Not only did Duan Lingtian block Wen Yang's path, but he even slapped her. At this moment, the people present on the scene could not help but feel chills running up their spines when they saw half of Wen Yang's face was swollen. Although Wen Yang was a female true disciple, her strength was not weak at all. Even among the 170 over true disciples of the Zoroastrianism, Wen Yang's strength could be ranked in the top 10. She was ranked 9th on the Zoroastrianism's true ranking. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian, a guy who had just become a true disciple, a guy who was not even ranked on the true ranking, had not only blocked Wen Yang's path to provoke her, but he had even slapped her in front of so many people. Is he seeking death? At this moment, this was the only thought left in many Saint Land disciples' minds. On the other side, Wen Yang was completely dumbfounded when she was stopped by someone for no reason and was slapped in the face. Due to this reason, she did not react in time. When the sound of people inhaling sharply rang in the air, Wen Yang finally regained her senses. When she regained her senses, her face was completely distorted. Half of her swollen face looked extremely hideous. Many Saint Land disciples present on the scene could not help but shake their heads when they saw this. Why did they not notice such an ugly side of Wen Yang in the past? Why you dare to hit me? Wen Yang's face was distorted as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Apart from the boundless rage in her eyes, There was also a trace of undetectable fear. It was also because of this trace of fear that she did not immediately attack the person in front of her. Based on Wen Yang's current reaction, it could be seen that she was a person who knew how to endure silently. For example, when she reported Ke's sister, Gan Yu Yang, to the Holy Land's enforcement hall, she had endured silently for a long time before exploding. Zoroastrianism had a total of more than 170 direct disciples. Among them, there were no more than 20 female true disciples. Among the 170 true disciples of Zoroastrianism, only 2 female true disciples were ranked in the top 10 of the true disciple ranking. In addition to Wen Yang, the other person was Gan Yu Yang, who had brought Ke back to Zoroastrianism. She was also Ke's older sister. Gan Yu Yang was ranked 7th on the true ranking. Whether it was in terms of appearance or strength, Gan Yu Yang was superior to Wen Yang. In Zoroastrianism, Gan Yu Yang was akin to a goddess. As long as Gan Yu Yang was around, Wen Yang was destined to be a supporting character. For this reason, Wen Yang was extremely jealous of Gan Yu Yang. Every time she faced Gan Yu Yang, she would feel as though she was born in the same world as Gan Yu Yang. Previously, she had found an opportunity to report Gan Yu Yang to the law enforcement hall and imprisoned her in the law enforcement hall. However, at this moment, Wen Yang did not expect this. The seemingly unfamiliar young man in front of her who was wearing the same true disciple's uniform as her had blocked her path and publicly slapped her because she had reported Gan Yu Yang. "Why did I hit you?" When Duan Lingtian saw Wen Yang did not hit him directly, he began to think more highly of her. When he heard Wen Yang's question through clenched teeth, he said nonchalantly, "There's no reason. I just don't like you. I just don't like you." Duan Lingtian's seemingly casual words caused the Fire Remuneration Palace to fall silent again. Everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace, including the few Bronze Flame Elders, could not help but feel shocked when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Was Duan Lingtian not a little too valiant? He slapped Wen Yang, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking, yet the reply he gave Wen Yang was, he didn't like her? Was he not deliberately looking for trouble? That's not right. There must be some enmity between Duan Lingtian and Wen Yang. Otherwise, why would he only like other people but not Wen Yang? Not only did she find Wen Yang an eyesore, she even blocked Wen Yang's path and slapped her. Naturally, there were many people in the Fire Remuneration Palace who knew what was going on. They did not believe Duan Lingtian's words at all. They were not the only ones who did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. Even Wen Yang did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. "Who are you? This is the first time I've met you, and there's no enmity between us. Why are you humiliating me?" Wen Yang's expression became even more distorted as her voice became deeper. Her suppressed anger seemed like it would erupt at any time. One could imagine how uncontrollable it would be once Wen Yang vented her anger. "Humiliating you?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Wen Yang indifferently and smiled disdainfully. "Don't you think you're overestimating yourself?" "You." Faced with Duan Lingtian's disdain, Wen Yang's expression became even more distorted. Her eyes turned red as killing intent surged out of her body. "Scram! Don't block my path." Duan Lingtian, who ignored the killing intent surging out of Wen Yang, suddenly shouted in a cold voice. It was obvious he wanted Wen Yang to scram and make way for him. Gasp! 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 Upon seeing this, the sound of people inhaling sharply rose in the air again. After the sound of people inhaling sharply died down, many Saint Land disciples began to whisper among themselves again. "Isn't Duan Lingtian a little too valiant? Not only did he block senior sister Wen Yang's path, but he even slapped her. Now, he's even asking senior sister Wen Yang to scram and make way for him? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe he would dare to do this." Although senior sister Wen Yang and Yang Wen, who was killed by him, are both true disciples, senior sister Wen Yang isn't someone Yang Wen can compare to. Yang Wen didn't even enter the true ranking. Senior sister Wen Yang, on the other hand, is ranked 9th on the true ranking. Duan Lingtian actually dares to offend such a person? Where did he get his confidence from? Perhaps he really doesn't like senior sister Wen Yang and doesn't know senior sister Wen Yang's identity. You actually believe such nonsense? I don't dare to speak for other people, but ever since Duan Lingtian joined Zoroastrianism, he has never taken the initiative to cause any trouble. The things that he did were basically people who provoked him first, and then he would return the favor. Do you think such a person would block senior sister Wen Yang's path and slap her just because he doesn't like her? I don't believe Duan Lingtian's nonsense as well. Senior sister Wen Yang must have offended Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, it's impossible for Duan Lingtian to do this. However, even if senior sister Wen Yang has offended Duan Lingtian, where did Duan Lingtian get his confidence from? He actually dares to humiliate senior sister Wen Yang like this. In the opinion of the group of Saint Lan disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace, although Duan Lingtian was quite strong and had even killed Yang Wen, the true disciple, there was no difference between Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen. Due to the huge gap between Yang Wen's strength and Wen Yang, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking, they did not think Duan Lingtian was stronger than Wen Yang. Duan Lingtian? Wen Yang, naturally, heard the whispers among the Saint Land disciples. Immediately, her eyes narrowed into slits, and cold light flashed in them one after another. Naturally, she was not unfamiliar with the name Duan Lingtian. The news of Duan Lingtian killing Yang Wen in the Palace of Death had caused a commotion in Zoroastrianism. In the history of Zoroastrianism, this was the first time an elite disciple had killed a true disciple. This matter could be said to have written a new chapter in the history of Zoroastrianism. Due to this reason, this matter had caused quite a commotion. So, you're Duan Lingtian. Wen Yang narrowed her eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian. When she opened her eyes, the dread in her eyes had completely disappeared and was replaced with coldness. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology before I slap you 10 times. Otherwise, I'll make you crawl out of here today. As it turned out, Wen Yang thought this unfamiliar true disciple dared to humiliate her because he had some backing. However, now that she found out the person before her was Duan Lingtian, who had recently become famous in Zoroastrianism, the dread in her heart disappeared immediately. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's strength was not bad. However, as a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root, it would be difficult for him to achieve great things in his life. Not only would such a person not achieve great things in the future, but there would also not be any powerhouses who would be willing to take him in as their disciple. For this reason, Wen Yang was not worried about Duan Lingtian's background at all. As for Duan Lingtian's strength, although he was strong, she did not think much of it. Even if Duan Lingtian was able to kill Yang Wen, the true disciple whose saint origin had been raised to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage after he consumed a forbidden pill, it would be impossible for him to kill Yang Wen. If she was in his shoes, she could easily kill Yang Wen, who had consumed a forbidden pill. Although a true powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage would have a lot more saint origin compared to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, the increase in saint origin did not contribute much to the increase in one's strength. The most important thing was that the second form of the Saint Celestial stage would increase one's strength in other aspects. Moreover, she was confident her strength was above average among powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, even if Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Wen, she did not think much of Duan Lingtian. Give me a chance. I'll kneel down and kowtow to you as an apology before you slap me 10 times. Chapter 2016. Wen Yang, are you sure? There's nothing wrong with your head. Duan Lingtian's cold voice suddenly reverberated in the Fire Remuneration Palace. At this moment, almost everyone in the Fire Remuneration Palace could sense the tension between Duan Lingtian and Wen Yang. The tension in the air was so strong that it could explode at any time. When Wen Yang saw Duan Lingtian staring at her like an idiot and heard Duan Lingtian's words, she could not help but tremble violently. Immediately, Wen Yang was so enraged that her body began to tremble involuntarily. Her face became even more distorted as the cold light in her eyes reached its pinnacle. The fury in her heart continued to rise until it reached a critical point. Earlier, when Wen Yang found out the person in front of her was Duan Lingtian, her first thought was to make him suffer a fate worse than death and make him crawl out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. However, when she thought about it again, she felt it would be too easy for him. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology. Let me slap you 10 times. Otherwise, I'll make you crawl out of here today. And at this moment, she also said such a sentence. Duan Lingtian had slapped her in public. It was no different from humiliating her in public. She could almost foresee it. It would not take long for the entire holy land of Zoroastrianism and even the 4 symbol sanctums of Zoroastrianism to spread the news of her being humiliated by Duan Lingtian today. When she thought of this, she realized she could not let Duan Lingtian off so easily. For this reason, she suppressed the anger in her heart and did not rush to make a move. She wanted to make Duan Lingtian kowtow to her as an apology and slap him 10 times before she made a move on him. She wanted to make him suffer a fate worse than death and make him crawl out of the fire remuneration palace. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian would say something like this. She did not expect Duan Lingtian to say there was something wrong with her head. Moreover, he did not take her seriously at all. Wen Yang could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Duan Lingtian, you're seeking death. Wen Yang suddenly let out an explosive roar. Her anger, which had already reached a critical point, was completely vented by this explosive roar. She could no longer control her anger. In the next moment, a powerful aura suddenly appeared on her body and swept out like a hurricane. Many Saint Land disciples with a weaker cultivation base in the Fire Remuneration Palace felt pressured. This aura was Wen Yang's saint origin that was at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was on high alert. The Sun Saint energy in his body surged out through the 99 Saint veins and covered the surface of his body. His eyes were extremely cold as well. Just as Wen Yang's aura reached its peak and she was about to make her move, Duan Lingtian, a cold snort sounded from the inner hall of the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured on Wen Yang's head, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Duan Palace, Duan Lingtian with Duan Lingtian. You're not allowed to act recklessly in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Following that, a cold and distant voice resonated from the Fire Remuneration Palace's inner palace. It was none other than the voice of the Fire Remuneration Palace's manager. The Fire Remuneration Palace's supervisor was also a Saint Land Silver Flame Elder. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, the supervisor was the only one who dared to speak to Wen Yang in such a manner. After all, although the few bronze flame elders in the Fire Remuneration Palace were Zoroastrianism elders, they might not be a match for Wen Yang. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that they did not dare to criticize Wen Yang. I'll wait for you outside the Fire Remuneration Palace. If you're a man, don't be a coward. After taking a deep breath, Wen Yang glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before she turned around and walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was as though she was afraid Duan Lingtian would cower in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly before he said indifferently, It's not up to you to judge whether I'm a man or not, Wen Yang. If an ordinary woman said this to me, I might say, won't you know whether I'm a man or not after giving it a try? However, I really can't bring myself to say that to you, Wen Yang. Even if you strip naked and stand in front of me, I won't be interested at all. When Duan Lingtian learned from Liu Yun that Ke and his daughter were in the enforcement hall because of Wen Yang's report, he was filled with rage. Moreover, he hated Wen Yang even though he did not know her at all. If it was not for Wen Yang's report, Ke would not have been in such a dangerous situation where her life would be in danger at any time. For this reason, when he saw Wen Yang today, the rage in his heart had completely exploded. That was also the reason why he had blocked Wen Yang's path and given her a slap. Duan Lingtian asked himself. Ever since his soul had transmigrated to this world, due to the influence of his family and friends, his temper was no longer as cold as it was in his previous life. From the past until now, he rarely took the initiative to cause trouble. However, after learning about Wen Yang's identity today, he could no longer hold himself back and directly went up to her to give her a slap. A dragon had a reverse scale, and those who touched it would die. Ke was Duan Lingtian's reverse scale. For the sake of Ke, even if he had to make the entire world his enemy, what did he, Duan Lingtian, have to fear? Gasp! 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 In the Fire Remuneration Palace, Almost at the same time as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Even if you, Wen Yang, strip naked and stand in front of me, I won't be interested at all. To a woman, this was undoubtedly a ruthless sentence. This was because this sentence completely negated a woman's charm. No matter how strong a woman was, she would still want a man to acknowledge her charm. Duan Lingtian's words had undoubtedly negated Wen Yang's charm. Wen Yang, who had just arrived at the entrance of the Fire Remuneration Palace, paused for a moment before she began to tremble violently. "I'll wait for you to come out," Wen Yang said coldly before she hastily walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. It was as though she was afraid she would not be able to hold herself back and attack Duan Lingtian if she continued to stay in the Fire Remuneration Palace. If that happened, the Fire Remuneration Palace's manager would definitely intervene. Although Wen Yang was confident in her strength, she was not so arrogant to think she was a match for the manager of the Fire Remuneration Palace. The manager of the Fire Remuneration Palace was not just a Saint Land Silver Flame Elder of the Zoroastrianism. As the manager of the palace, this Silver Flame Elder was one of the strongest Silver Flame Elders in the Zoroastrianism. His cultivation base was at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. "Isn't Duan Lingtian too ruthless?" After Wen Yang left, one of the Saint Land disciples gasped as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. What enmity does Duan Lingtian have with senior sister Wen Yang? Not only did he slap senior sister Wen Yang in public, he even denied senior sister Wen Yang's charm as a woman. To a woman, such humiliation is absolutely worse than death. Ruthless. He's too ruthless. If I were senior sister Wen Yang, I would have already attacked him. Unless he hides in the Fire Remuneration Palace, senior sister Wen Yang won't let him go. Where did he get his confidence from? How dare he humiliate senior sister Wen Yang? Is he confident he's stronger than senior sister Wen Yang? Humph. Don't tell me he thinks senior sister Wen Yang is a pushover like Yang Wen. Based on the Saint Land disciples' discussion, none of them felt Duan Lingtian was a match for Wen Yang. After all, Wen Yang was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Wen Yang's strength was deeply rooted in their hearts. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian had killed the true disciple, Yang Wen, he was still inferior to Wen Yang. Duan Lingtian, naturally, heard the whispers of the Saint Land disciples. However, would he hide in the Fire Remuneration Palace and not leave because he was afraid of Wen Yang? Naturally, the answer was no. Duan Lingtian moved his body and walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. From the beginning until the end, he did not stop at all. It was as though there was nothing in the Fire Remuneration Palace that he was reluctant to leave. If he was afraid of Wen Yang, he would not have blocked her path and slapped her from the beginning. He actually left just like that. This. Is he really not afraid of death? Death. Don't forget, as long as the rules of Zoroastrianism are still in place, even senior sister Wen Yang won't dare to cripple or kill Duan Lingtian. Although that's the case, based on senior sister Wen Yang's anger, even if Duan Lingtian doesn't die or become crippled, he'll at least be skinned alive. That's for sure. When Duan Lingtian walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace's entrance, the group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace immediately swarmed out as well. At this moment, only a few Bronze Flame Elders were left in the Fire Remuneration Palace. These few Fire Remuneration Palace's Bronze Flame Elders who were on duty behind the counter were actually itching to leave the Fire Remuneration Palace to join in the fun. However, they did not dare to leave the counter so easily due to their duties. I don't think there'll be anyone coming to the Fire Remuneration Palace for the time being. If all of you want to go out and have a look, go ahead. At this moment, a voice resonated from the Fire Remuneration Palace's inner hall again. It was the voice of the Fire Remuneration Palace's overseer. Upon hearing this, the few Fire Remuneration Palace's Bronze Flame Elders no longer hesitated and followed the group of Saint Land disciples out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. All of them wanted to know, how would today's matter end? Naturally, deep down in their hearts, they were more inclined to support Wen Yang. After all, Wen Yang was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Her strength was widely acknowledged as well. Duan Lingtian was the first to walk out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. As soon as he walked out, He saw Wen Yang standing in the distance. Wen Yang was standing on an empty space in the central square as she stared at him coldly. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Wen Yang indifferently after he walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. Chapter 2017. Duan Lingtian wanted to leave. However, would Wen Yang allow him to leave? Naturally, the answer was no. Trying to run away? Wen Yang's eyes turned cold as she shouted coldly. At the same time, she moved and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. She blocked Duan Lingtian's path. This scene was very familiar to the group of Saint Land disciples who had just walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. However, this time, the person who blocked Duan Lingtian's path had been swapped. When they were in the Fire Remuneration Palace, it was Duan Lingtian who blocked Wen Yang's path. However, it was Wen Yang who blocked Duan Lingtian's path now. Run away. When Duan Lingtian heard Wen Yang's cold voice and saw her blocking his path, he smiled disdainfully. Wen Yang, don't you think too highly of yourself? You're just a true disciple who's ranked 9th on the true ranking. You're not qualified to make me, Duan Lingtian, run away. When Wen Yang heard Duan Lingtian's words, she was enraged. The saint origin in her body roared as she prepared to make her move. Duan Lingtian continued to say, I'm going to the Palace of Death now. If you're brave enough, come with me to the Palace of Death and sign a death pact. I think, the current you must be itching to kill me as well, right? In that case, I'll give you a chance to kill me. What do you think? Duan Lingtian suddenly changed the topic and said something that nobody expected. Duan Lingtian actually wanted to have a death duel with Wen Yang. Palace of Death. Death Pact. Duan Lingtian's voice was not soft. Apart from the group of Saint Land disciples who had just walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace, the Saint Land disciples in the central square immediately gathered in the direction of the Fire Remuneration Palace when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian is going to the Palace of Death again? Who's Duan Lingtian going to sign a death pact with? The group of Saint Land's disciples who had gathered around the Fire Remuneration Palace only heard the second half of Duan Lingtian's sentence. Due to this reason, they did not know who Duan Lingtian intended to establish a death pact with. Hey! Isn't the person confronting Duan Lingtian's senior sister Wen Yang? It really is senior sister Wen Yang. Could it be that Duan Lingtian wants to enter the Hall of Life and Death with senior sister Wen Yang to establish a life and death contract? At the same time, many disciples who had just arrived also saw Wen Yang and recognized her. Wen Yang was one of the 2 most outstanding female true disciples among the younger generation of Zoroastrianism. She was ranked 9th on the true ranking. Naturally, everyone in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism knew about her. Seeing Duan Lingtian confronting Wen Yang, the group of Holy Land's disciples who had just arrived were extremely puzzled. How did these 2 people get into a fight? After a while, many of the Saint Land's disciples who had just walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace began to explain the situation. There must be some enmity between Duan Lingtian and senior sister Wen Yang, otherwise, he wouldn't have treated senior sister Wen Yang in such a manner. I was wondering why there's a faint palm print on senior sister Wen Yang's face. As it turns out, it's the mark of being slapped by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is too valiant. Not only did he take the initiative to provoke senior sister Wen Yang, but he even threatened to establish a death pact with senior sister Wen Yang. Is he really that confident? He might just be deliberately mystifying things. Deliberately mystifying things? Previously, Yang Wen thought Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things when he challenged him to a death pact. However, what happened in the end? He's dead. Based on what you're saying, you think Duan Lingtian is confident he can kill senior sister Wen Yang, so he issued a death pact with senior sister Wen Yang? After learning about the ins and outs of the matter, the group of Saint Land disciples began to discuss among themselves again. Based on their discussion, a small portion of them felt Duan Lingtian might really have the strength to kill Wen Yang. However, most of them did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Wen Yang at all. In fact, when they heard this, Wen Yang's strength was much more profound than Duan Lingtian's strength. I wonder if senior sister Wen Yang will agree to Duan Lingtian's death pact or not. I think so. After all, Duan Lingtian has humiliated her in public. With her temper, I'm sure she'll want to kill Duan Lingtian. Humph. If Duan Lingtian really dares to establish a death pact with senior sister Wen Yang, he'll definitely die today. Most of the Saint Land disciples did not think Duan Lingtian would win. Suddenly, a Saint Land disciple who had been paying attention to Wen Yang from the beginning said in a low voice, "Didn't all of you notice that senior sister Wen Yang's expression has turned slightly grave? It seems like she's still afraid of Duan Lingtian. She might not dare to accept the death pact with Duan Lingtian." As soon as the Saint Land disciple finished speaking, all the Saint Land disciples present on the scene shifted their attention to Wen Yang in unison. As expected, Wen Yang's expression turned grave when she heard Duan Lingtian's death pact. She did not respond to Duan Lingtian for a long time. Really? Senior sister Wen Yang is afraid. How's this possible? Senior sister Wen Yang is ranked 9th on the true ranking. Don't tell me she doesn't even have the courage to fight a death pact with Duan Lingtian, a new disciple? I wonder what senior sister Wen Yang is thinking. Perhaps she thinks it's a little risky to accept Duan Lingtian's death pact. Many Saint Land disciples shook their heads. Their words were filled with disappointment. It was as the group of Saint Land disciples had said. Wen Yang was truly afraid at this moment. When Duan Lingtian said he would go to the Palace of Death to sign the death pact with her, the first thing that came to her mind was Yang Wen, who had died in Duan Lingtian's hands a month ago. She was very clear about the ins and outs of that matter. In the beginning, it was also Duan Lingtian who had issued the death pact with Yang Wen. At that time, it was not only Yang Wen, but the other Saint Land disciples also thought Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying. They were certain Duan Lingtian was not a match for Yang Wen. Due to this reason, after Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen signed the death pact in the Palace of Death, not many people placed their bets on Duan Lingtian. Almost everyone placed their bets on Yang Wen. They were certain Yang Wen would be the one who would survive in the end. However, the outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. Duan Lingtian had killed Yang Wen. This new disciple, whom 90% of the Saint Land disciples did not think highly of, had killed Yang Wen, who had become a true disciple a long time ago. Today, history was repeating itself. Duan Lingtian had issued the death pact again. However, his opponent this time was not Yang Wen, but her, Wen Yang. Wen Yang was, naturally, confident in her own strength. However, Duan Lingtian was a mystery to her. Ever since Duan Lingtian entered Zoroastrianism, it had only taken less than a year for him to rise in the 4 symbol sanctums and enter the Saint Land. She was not certain if Duan Lingtian still had any trump cards up his sleeves when he killed Yang Wen previously. Due to this reason, she did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's death pact. Everyone was afraid of death, and she was no exception. Once a person died, there would be nothing left. Why? You don't dare? When Duan Lingtian saw Wen Yang's expression had turned solemn and she did not respond to his words for a long time, he scoffed disdainfully, "Since you don't dare, then scram as far as you can. A good dog doesn't block the way." Upon seeing this, many Saint Land disciples could not help but shake their heads. I really don't know what senior sister Wen Yang is thinking. Why didn't she seize such a good opportunity? Perhaps, senior sister Wen Yang is traumatized by Yang Wen's death, 9th on the true ranking. What a joke. If it was senior sister Ru Yang who's ranked 7th on the true ranking, she would definitely not be as cowardly as Wen Yang. Of course, senior sister Ru Yang has always been stronger than Wen Yang. Some Saint Land disciples whispered among themselves and mentioned Gan Ru Yang, who was ranked 7th on the true ranking. She was Ker's twin sister. Senior sister Wen Yang is still inferior to senior sister Ru Yang. Rumor has it that senior sister Ru Yang was imprisoned by the enforcement hall because Wen Yang reported her to the enforcement hall. It's obvious Wen Yang is abusing her position to get rid of senior sister Ru Yang through the enforcement hall. Is this rumor true? In any case, I think it's very believable. If that's the case, Wen Yang is too cunning. It's fine if she can't win against senior sister Ru Yang openly, but she's even using underhanded means to get senior sister Ru Yang into the enforcement hall. No matter how senior sister Yu Yang will be punished by the enforcement hall in the future, the only goddess in my heart is senior sister Yu Yang. As for Wen Yang, she'll never be able to compare to senior sister Yu Yang in my heart. Me too. When a Saint Land disciple mentioned Gan Yu Yang, who was ranked 7th on the true ranking, the group of Saint Land disciples present on the scene burst into an uproar again. Someone even revealed a piece of juicy news. Many Saint Land disciples who were still addressing Wen Yang as senior sister just a moment ago suddenly addressed her by her name. Their respect for her had completely disappeared. All of a sudden, Wen Yang was pushed to the forefront of the storm. When Wen Yang heard the discussions of the Saint Land disciples around her, she, who was already in a bad mood, flew into a rage again. "Shut up, all of you." All of a sudden, Wen Yang shouted coldly. Her cold gaze swept across the group of Saint Land disciples in the surroundings, causing the disciples who were still discussing animatedly to fall silent. However, although these Saint Land disciples had fallen silent, there was a hint of disdain in their eyes when they looked at Wen Yang. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Wen Yang, who was enraged by the disdainful gazes of the group of Saint Land disciples, quickly turned to look at Duan Lingtian and snorted coldly. "Duan Lingtian, I don't want your life. I'll torture you slowly to vent the hatred in my heart." As soon as Wen Yang finished speaking, the saint origin in her body began to stir as a terrifying aura spread out from her body. "If you don't dare to do it, just admit it. Why are you looking for an excuse?" Chapter 2018. You're seeking death. Faced with Duan Lingtian's repeated provocations, Wen Yang could no longer hold it in. Her saint origin surged out of her body, causing the air to tremble. She was not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Swoosh. At this moment, Wen Yang fully displayed the strength of a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Elementary devouring tactic. As soon as Wen Yang's saint origin surged out of her body, Duan Lingtian immediately cast his assist-type divine ability. The Sun Saint energy that he had been accumulating for a long time turned into a whirlpool. In just a blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was completely devoured by the whirlpool. Golden Crow's wings. When the Sun Saint energy in his body was raised to its limit through the elementary devouring tactic, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and instantly cast his movement divine ability. A pair of wings that burned with raging flames appeared behind Duan Lingtian like a bolt of lightning. In just a blink of an eye, the pair of wings suddenly flapped. Swoosh. Boom. 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 As the deafening sound of air exploding reverberated in the air, Duan Lingtian had already retreated at lightning speed. As soon as Duan Lingtian retreated, Wen Yang charged forward with the 100 Inscriptions Saint sword in her hand. Her target was Duan Lingtian. Swoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian pointed his sword out, ripples appeared in the air. The sword completely ignored the air resistance in its wake. The speed of the sword was even faster than Duan Lingtian's current speed. In the eyes of most of the Saint Land disciples, Duan Lingtian and Wen Yang seemed to have transformed into afterimages. Even so, they could still see Wen Yang's speed was faster than Duan Lingtian's. As expected, Wen Yang is stronger. At this moment, many Saint Land disciples thought to themselves, "How dare you challenge me to a death duel with such strength?" When Wen Yang saw she was about to catch up to Duan Lingtian, she could not help but scoff. Her tone was filled with disdain. "With just this little bit of strength, aren't you afraid to accept the challenge?" Hearing Wen Yang's words, Duan Lingtian immediately retorted, his tone filled with disdain. "You're courting death." Duan Lingtian's words were undoubtedly like adding fuel to the fire. It caused Wen Yang to fly into a rage. As she swung the 100 Inscriptions Saint sword in her hand, its speed seemed to have increased. "It's time to end this." Just as the 100 Inscriptions sacred sword in Wen Yang's hand accelerated and was about to make contact with Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. His eyes narrowed, but his body continued to move backward. Whoosh! A short-lived sword cry, like the cry of a phoenix, suddenly resounded in the void. To the people present, they could only hear the sound of the sword whistling, but they did not see the sword that caused the whistling sound. Duan Lingtian stopped retreating and came to a halt almost at the same time when the sword howled in the air. Ah! At the instant Duan Lingtian came to a halt, a shrill cry reverberated in the air. It shocked everyone present so much that they could not help but snap back to their senses. Clang! Just as everyone regained their senses, the sound of metal falling to the ground attracted everyone's attention. That's Wen Yang's 100 Inscriptions Saint Sword. At the same time, many Saint Land disciples recognized the sword that had fallen to the ground. It was the 100 Inscriptions Saint Sword that Wen Yang had used to attack Duan Lingtian. Drip! Drip! While the people were still in shock from seeing Wen Yang's 100 Inscriptions Saint Sword falling to the ground, they saw drops of dazzling blood dripping from the ground beside the 100 Inscriptions Saint Sword, forming beautiful red roses on the ground. When the people saw this, they immediately looked up and saw Wen Yang hovering in the air. Wen Yang stood there, her face was as pale as a sheet. A hint of lingering fear could be seen in her eyes. At this moment, Wen Yang seemed to have forgotten to stop her bleeding. At this moment, Wen Yang's Holy Land disciple uniform had been cut open on the arm of her hand that was holding the sword, and it was covered in blood. It was obvious that she had suffered a serious injury, otherwise, she would not be bleeding profusely like she was now. Half of her white robe was stained red with blood. At this moment, Wen Yang was glaring at Duan Lingtian as she tried to stop her bleeding. There was only one thought left in her mind. Fortunately, I did not accept his death duel challenge. Even though she had concentrated all her attention on the sword, she still couldn't catch the slightest trace of it. The speed of the sword was so fast that it was terrifying. It was that strike that had easily knocked the 100 Inscriptions Saint Sword out of her hand. Moreover, it had brushed past her right arm, leaving behind a deep gash on it. If this is a death duel, that sword earlier is enough to take my life. Wen Yang did not doubt this at all. That sword was so fast that she could not catch the shadow of it at all. That sword was not something she could withstand at all. At the very least, it was not something she could withstand at this moment. Due to this reason, Wen Yang was glad she did not accept Duan Lingtian's death duel challenge. If it was a battle of life and death earlier, Duan Lingtian's sword would not have merely slashed her arm and caused her to suffer a superficial wound. Instead, it would have slashed her throat, pierced between her brows, or pierced through her heart. Even until now, Wen Yang still broke out in cold sweat when she recalled the sword strike earlier. It was to the extent that her gaze when she looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with terror and joy. Why? Are you glad you didn't accept my death duel challenge? Duan Lingtian smirked when he saw Wen Yang's gaze. If Wen Yang had heard Duan Lingtian's words before she witnessed the sword strike that Duan Lingtian had executed earlier, she would definitely be furious and would not be willing to be outdone. However, at this moment, she kept her mouth shut and did not even dare to make a sound. However, the flames of hatred still burned in the depths of her eyes. She was only temporarily suppressing it. Although she knew she was no match for Duan Lingtian, she did not let go of her hatred for Duan Lingtian. She would never forget the humiliation she had received from Duan Lingtian in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Endure. Right now, she had no choice but to endure. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's figure moved and appeared in front of Wen Yang in just a blink of an eye. Wen Yang's expression changed drastically, but she did not dare to act rashly. Who knew if Duan Lingtian would hurt and torture her if she moved? In Zoroastrianism, as long as one did not kill or cripple a fellow disciple, one would not violate the sect's rules. Earlier, you said you wanted to torture me slowly? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at Wen Yang. It was as though he was talking about something unimportant. Upon hearing this, Wen Yang's expression changed drastically, but she did not reply. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap reverberated in the air. When Duan Lingtian saw Wen Yang was ignoring him, he raised his hand and gave her a slap on the other side of her face. Gasp! 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 Upon seeing this, the surrounding Saint Land disciples could not help but gasp. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so valiant as to give Wen Yang another slap. After being slapped again, Wen Yang only felt dizzy and her vision blurred. When she regained her senses, her eyes shone with hatred as she glared at Duan Lingtian. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have been killed by Wen Yang many times. What? You're still not convinced? Wen Yang's gaze made Duan Lingtian extremely displeased. Coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian recalled his wife and daughter who were imprisoned by the enforcement hall because of Wen Yang's violation of the law, a fire rose in his heart again. Slap. This time, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he gave Wen Yang another slap without waiting for her reply. Duan Lingtian. You'll regret this. I guarantee you'll regret this. After being slapped twice by Duan Lingtian under the watchful eyes of nearly 1,000 people in the central square, Wen Yang felt as though she had suffered the greatest humiliation in the world. She could no longer hold it in and cried out in a low voice. Regret? Why should I regret it? Duan Lingtian sneered as he raised his hand and gave Wen Yang another slap, causing her head to tilt to the side. This time, Wen Yang had learned her lesson. She no longer turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian. Naturally, if one looked closely, they would notice that Wen Yang's eyes were filled with hatred. Wen Yang's eyes, which were filled with endless hatred, seemed like they would pop out at any moment. Her body was extremely stiff, and at the same time, she was trembling violently. At this moment, Wen Yang's heart was filled with hatred and anger. However, she forcefully suppressed it. This was because she did not want to be slapped again. Scram. Duan Lingtian felt bored when he saw Wen Yang admitting defeat. He shouted coldly as he prepared to leave. When Wen Yang heard Duan Lingtian's words, she endured the humiliation and silently moved away under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The 9th on the true ranking is only SOSO. Before he left, Duan Lingtian looked at Wen Yang coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain. Wen Yang's body instantly stiffened again. It was only when Duan Lingtian left that Wen Yang picked up her 100 inscriptions saint sword and hastily left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. She did not want to stay a moment longer after she had embarrassed herself so much. Duan Lingtian, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I, Wen Yang, swear that if you don't die, Duan Lingtian, I'm not human. I'm not human. As Wen Yang left, she was roaring in her heart. Her hatred and anger had reached its peak. After Duan Lingtian and Wen Yang left, the group of Saint Land disciples finally regained their senses. They looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian is actually so powerful. It's too terrifying. In just one blow, he struck Wen Yang's 100 inscriptions saint sword out of her hand and injured her. If that sword was not aimed at Wen Yang's shoulder but her vitals, Wen Yang would have died. The Saint Land disciples who did not kill were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Duan Lingtian is really ruthless. He actually humiliated Wen Yang time and time again. Doesn't he know who Wen Yang's master and senior brother are? Some Saint Land disciples said. Chapter 2019. After Duan Lingtian left the central square, he left the Saint Island. He had already achieved his purpose of coming to the Saint Island. 10 days later, I'll accept a mission to serve in the Saint Land's enforcement hall. After leaving the Saint Island, Duan Lingtian had a preliminary plan in his heart. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about the opportunity to serve in the Saint Land's enforcement hall, he felt excited again. This was because it meant he would have a chance to meet Kerr, his and Kerr's daughter. When Duan Lingtian thought about Kerr and his daughter, he could not help but think about Ganayu Yang, who was imprisoned in the Saint Land's enforcement hall with Kerr and their daughter. Ganayu Yang was Kerr's twin sister. The reason she was imprisoned by the enforcement hall was because she was covering up for Kerr. However, now that Duan Lingtian knew the truth, although he did not hate Ganayu Yang, he did not thank her. In his opinion, if it was not for Ganayu Yang taking Kerr away, he would not have been separated from Kerr. Moreover, his and Kerr's daughter would not have not seen him, her father, until now. When Duan Lingtian thought about his wife and daughter, his heart ached again. Kerr, that woman who caused you to be imprisoned in the Saint Land's enforcement hall, I've already taught her a lesson. Unfortunately, she was too cautious and did not agree to the death duel that I proposed. Otherwise, she would have been dead by now. Although Duan Lingtian felt it was a pity, he also realized that Wen Yang was someone who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. If he could find an opportunity to get rid of such a person, it would be best to get rid of her as soon as possible. If he kept her alive, she would become a disaster sooner or later. However, it's not realistic to kill her in the Zoroastrianism, especially now that she has seen my strength. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. I can only hope that I can find an opportunity to kill her outside of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that Wen Yang's strength is indeed not bad. No wonder she's ranked 9th on the true ranking. Her strength is stronger than most powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Today, although Duan Lingtian had knocked the 100 inscriptions sacred sword out of Wen Yang's hand and injured her, she no longer had any thoughts of fighting him. However, that was because he had used the Jasper Immortal Sword. If he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, Duan Lingtian knew that he was no match for Wen Yang. Based on Wen Yang's ferocious sword strike, Duan Lingtian realized how terrifying Wen Yang's strength was. An ordinary powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage could not compare to her. It's fortunate that no Silver Flame Elder was present at that time. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for me to use the Jasper Celestial Sword. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but rejoice inwardly. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace, he had called out to Huolaro, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, to see if there were any Silver Flame Elders hiding in the dark. If there were, he would try his best to avoid their eyes. If there were no Silver Flame Elders, there was nothing for him to worry about. The group of Saint Land disciples and a few Bronze Flame Elders present on the scene would not be able to see through the Jasper Celestial Sword that Duan Lingtian had activated using the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword wielding the heart. Before he made his move, Huolaro had told him that there were no Silver Flame Elders watching the battle. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had completely let loose and used the Jasper Celestial Sword to knock Wen Yang's 100 inscriptions sacred sword out of her hand. Not only that, but he had also suppressed Wen Yang, causing her to no longer have any thoughts of fighting him. In the next 10 days, I'll focus on improving my divine ability. Soon after, Duan Lingtian returned to his residence. As soon as he entered his room, he immediately entered the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and began to comprehend the various divine abilities that he had mastered. Although he had already mastered these divine abilities, he had yet to master them. There was still a lot of room for improvement. If he could master them, he would be able to improve his strength by a large margin. 10 days in the outside world was equivalent to 100 days in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had plenty of time to comprehend these divine abilities. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. The news of him slapping Wen Yang a few times and suppressing her had spread like wildfire in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. It had shocked many of the Saint Land's elders and disciples. Who was Wen Yang? She was ranked 9th on the true ranking. She was one of the 2 most outstanding female true disciples among the younger generation of the Zoroastrianism. Apart from her strength, she was also a disciple of a Golden Flame Elder. Before Duan Lingtian had appeared in the Zoroastrianism, Wen Yang had already become famous in the Zoroastrianism. At that time, almost everyone in the Zoroastrianism knew her name. As for Duan Lingtian, he was a new disciple who had joined the Zoroastrianism. It took him less than a year to rise from the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbols sanctums, to enter the Saint Land and become a disciple of the Saint Land. In less than a year, Duan Lingtian's name had spread throughout the Zoroastrianism. Since he had just arrived in the Zoroastrianism and had offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Li An, when he had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum, until he killed the true disciple, Yang Wen, a month ago, Duan Lingtian had become famous. Hey! Have you heard? Wen Yang, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking, was slapped by Duan Lingtian in the Fire Remuneration Palace today. That Duan Lingtian who killed the true disciple, Yang Wen, a month ago? Isn't he a little too bold? What happened in the end? Hee. I'm afraid you'd never expect Wen Yang to admit defeat in the end. From the beginning until the end, she was slapped 4 times by Duan Lingtian. In the end, she didn't even dare to make a sound. How could this be? when Yang is ranked 9th on the true ranking? How could she possibly endure being humiliated by Duan Lingtian? This is because Duan Lingtian managed to knock her 100 inscriptions saint sword out of her hand and injured her. Under such circumstances, she had no choice but to admit defeat when faced with Duan Lingtian, who's even more powerful than her. How's this possible? How can Duan Lingtian be so powerful? You don't believe me? You can ask the others. There were almost 1,000 people present at that time, and all of them witnessed when Yang being suppressed by Duan Lingtian to the point she didn't even dare to breathe. Duan Lingtian's strength is actually so monstrous. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the Zoroastrianism's Saint Land. The news of Duan Lingtian suppressing and humiliating Wen Yang had also spread to the Four Symbols Sanctums and everyone in the Four Symbols Sanctums. A commotion instantly broke out in the Four Symbols Sanctums. It's only been a month, right? A month ago, Duan Lingtian had already shocked the entire Zoroastrianism by killing true disciple Yang Wen. Now, he actually defeated true disciple Wen Yang as well. Many disciples in the Four Symbols Sanctums were shocked. Although they're both true disciples, Wen Yang's strength isn't something Yang Wen can compare to. Wen Yang is ranked 9th on the true ranking. She's so powerful that she can be ranked in the top 10 among the 170-plus true disciples. However, even someone like her isn't a match for Duan Lingtian. Isn't Duan Lingtian too monstrous? How can such a monstrous genius appear in the Black Turtle Sanctum? Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Vermilion Bird Sanctum. However, it was a different story in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too awesome. He actually managed to defeat Wen Yang, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking. He's really heaven-defying. Hasn't senior brother Duan Lingtian always been heaven-defying? I'm already numb to it. I'm numb to it as well. Most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had been shocked by Duan Lingtian, so they were numb to it. Naturally, there were still some Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were excited. I can't believe our Black Turtle Sanctum has such a monstrous genius like senior brother Duan Lingtian. He's really amazing no matter where he goes. As expected of my idol, he's too awesome. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is truly heaven-defying. I can't wait for him to continue to shock us. While the entire Black Turtle Sanctum was in an uproar, the few Silver Flame Elders who had interacted with Duan Lingtian in the past also learned about this news. They were shocked by the shocking news that Duan Lingtian had brought to them. At the same time, they could not help but feel worried. Wen Yang is the direct disciple of the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. The Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum has 2 direct disciples. There's another person before Wen Yang. The first direct disciple of the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum had broken through to the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. Currently, he's ranked 2nd on the true ranking. If he finds out his only junior sister is being bullied to this extent, he definitely won't let this matter rest. The few Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elders broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian when they thought about the first direct disciple of the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. At the same time, in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, Liu Yun, who had just left his residence and was preparing to head to the Saint Island, learned about Duan Lingtian humiliating Wen Yang and slapping her a few times in public. Swoosh! In an instant, Liu Yun's expression completely changed. It became extremely ugly. Junior brother Ling Tian is too impulsive. A hint of worry could be seen in Liu Yun's eyes as he flew toward Duan Lingtian's residence. Junior brother Ling Tian. When Liu Yun arrived at Duan Lingtian's residence, he called out to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, who was comprehending the divine ability in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, was informed by Huolaro that someone was looking for him. He left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda temporarily. Senior brother Liu Yun. Chapter 2020. Senior brother Liu Yun, why are you looking for me? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he soared into the air. He hovered near Liu Yun in the air. At the same time, he noticed that Liu Yun, who had come in a hurry, had a serious expression on his face. For a moment, he vaguely realized that Liu Yun must have come to find him for something important. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's expression tensed up slightly. Junior brother Lingtian, I heard you slapped Wen Yang a few times in public? Liu Yun asked solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. His tensed expression gradually relaxed when he heard Liu Yun's question. Senior brother Liu Yun, is this the reason you're looking for me? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his expression returned to normal. It was as though Wen Yang's matter was not enough to cause a stir in his heart. That was indeed the case. Junior brother Lingtian, Wen Yang is not just a true disciple. When Liu Yun saw Duan Lingtian's nonchalant expression, he realized he was being a little too anxious. He smiled wryly and said, her master is a golden flame elder of the Zoroastrianism. He's also the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums. The sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum? Duan Lingtian was surprised when he heard Liu Yun's words. However, that was all. He was not fearful because he knew Wen Yang's master was the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. After recovering from his shock, Duan Lingtian's expression returned to normal. Senior brother Liu Yun, you're here to tell me that Wen Yang is the direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Liu Yun. Liu Yun was speechless when he saw Duan Lingtian acting as though nothing had happened. That's the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. He's also a golden flame elder of the Zoroastrianism. Why do I feel like you're not worried at all? Why should I be worried? Don't tell me that he would come to kill me just because I slapped Wen Yang a few times. When Duan Lingtian opened his mouth to reply to Liu Yun, his expression was as calm as ever, without the slightest ripple. In fact, when he blocked Wen Yang's way and slapped her, he had already guessed that Wen Yang might have a master with a high status in Zoroastrianism. After all, no matter what, Wen Yang was still a true disciple who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. She must have been taken in as a direct disciple by the higher-ups of the Zoroastrianism. Therefore, when he heard from Liu Yun that Wen Yang's master was a golden flame elder, he was not afraid at all. Moreover, he was shocked not because Wen Yang's master was a golden flame elder, but because Wen Yang's master was the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctum. When Liu Yun heard Duan Lingtian's words, he opened his mouth, but he did not know what to say in the end. He was completely speechless. Senior brother Liu Yun, I know you're worried about my safety, but Wen Yang's master is a golden flame elder after all. I don't think he would go to the extent of targeting me over such a small matter. When Duan Lingtian realized Liu Yun had come with good intentions, he comforted Liu Yun in a timely manner. Junior brother Lingtian, Wen Yang's master, the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, might not personally target you over this matter, but he has another direct disciple. The sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum only has 2 direct disciples. Due to this reason, his direct disciple treats Wen Yang very well. He treats her like she's his biological sister. When Liu Yun mentioned the first direct disciple of the sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum, his expression turned grave. If he finds out what you did to Wen Yang, he definitely won't let this matter rest. When Liu Yun reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. Oh! Duan Lingtian, who had a nonchalant expression on his face, raised a brow when he heard Liu Yun's words. He asked, how's the strength of the sanctum leader's first direct disciple? It was just as Liu Yun had said. Perhaps, Wen Yang's master would not personally target him over such a small matter. However, Wen Yang's senior brother would not have so many concerns. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he learned Wen Yang had a senior brother. He wanted to know how strong Wen Yang's senior brother was. If Wen Yang's senior brother was stronger than him, he would have to be more careful in the future. After all, he did not want to be beaten up for no reason. Even if he was confident he would be able to avenge Wen Yang's senior brother in the future. Wen Yang's senior brother is also a true disciple. He's ranked 2nd on the true ranking. His cultivation base has already broken through to the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. For this reason, he's very strong. Liu Yun's expression turned even more solemn when he spoke. It was as though Wen Yang's senior brother was a ferocious beast. Second on the true ranking? Third form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Liu Yun's words. He was confident he could kill a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage if he exhausted all his Sun Saint energy that had been boosted by the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and wielded the Jasper Celestial sword with all his might. However, in Zoroastrianism, unless he entered the Palace of Death and signed a death pact, he did not dare to kill Wen Yang's senior brother. If he killed Wen Yang's senior brother, he would not be able to escape punishment from the Zoroastrianism's rules. Wen Yang's senior brother was not like Yuan Hong, the grand disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Li and whom he had killed in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. As a true disciple who was ranked second on the true ranking, Wen Yang's senior brother's innate talent must be very high as well. Moreover, he was the great direct disciple of the Sanctum leader of the Azure Dragon Sanctum. If Duan Lingtian violated the Zoroastrianism's rules and killed him, even if Duan Lingtian revealed his blue innate spiritual root and showed his worth, the Zoroastrianism's enforcement hall would not go easy on him. After all, Wen Yang's senior brother was not someone Yuan Hong could compare to. If he did not kill Wen Yang's senior brother, Wen Yang's senior brother who was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to see him wielding the Jasper Celestial sword with all his might. At that time, the Jasper Celestial sword would be exposed and many powerhouses would covet it. That was not something he wanted to see. Even if Wen Yang's senior brother is willing to enter the Palace of Death with me and sign a death pact, I won't be able to use the Jasper Celestial sword so easily. Elder Naizui, the custodian of the Palace of Death, won't be as careless as he was previously and allow me to block his view at a critical moment. Duan Lingtian thought about many things at this moment. In the end, he came to a conclusion. He could only endure when faced with Wen Yang's senior brother. Even if he was tortured, he could only endure. When Liu Yun saw the hint of dread on Duan Lingtian's face, naturally, he could tell Duan Lingtian was afraid of Wen Yang's senior brother. He hurriedly said, "Junior brother Lingtian, as long as you stay in your residence, Wen Yang's senior brother won't be able to do anything to you. He won't dare to barge into your residence. Apart from that, I'll go to Wen Yang's senior brother's residence to find out what's going on. If he's not in closed-door cultivation or has not left the residence, don't leave your residence for the time being. Wait until you have the confidence to defeat him, then you can leave your residence." After Liu Yun finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before he left in a flash, leaving Duan Lingtian standing alone in the air. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he saw this. At the same time, he entered the formation that enveloped his residence. As long as he was in the formation, Wen Yang's senior brother would not be able to do anything to him even if he came. This feeling is really annoying. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian muttered with a sigh as his eyes flashed with a fierce light. If Wen Yang's senior brother came looking for him, he would have no choice but to hide temporarily unless he wanted to be tortured. This was because he could not use the Jasper Celestial sword to deal with Wen Yang's senior brother. I hope that senior brother of Wen Yang is still in closed-door cultivation or has gone out. Otherwise, I can only wait for my cultivation to improve a little before I can suppress him like how I suppressed Wen Yang with the Jasper Celestial sword and make him lose all thoughts of standing up for her. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. His current strength was not enough to make him invisible to a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage when he wielded the Jasper Celestial sword. Huilao. If it's a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage, how high must my cultivation base be so that he won't be able to detect the Jasper Celestial sword when I'm wielding it with all my might? Duan Lingtian asked Huilao, who was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If you want to prevent an ordinary powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage from detecting the Jasper Celestial sword when you're wielding it with all your might, you'll have to raise your cultivation base to the peak of the exemplary saint stage at least. Huilao replied. Huilao had been following Duan Lingtian all this while. Coupled with the fact that he had extended his divine consciousness to probe the surroundings, he had a certain understanding of the cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, he immediately answered it. An ordinary powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage? Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard Elder Hua's words. Elder Hua, do you mean I might not be able to hide the Jasper Celestial Sword from those powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage even if my cultivation base is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage? Yes. Hualaro replied before he continued to say, that's right. In this world, after a cultivator's cultivation base has broken through to the Saint Celestial stage, apart from becoming stronger with each transformation, there's a huge difference between each transformation. Chapter 2021. Quintessential Saint Stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened immediately when he heard Hualaro's words. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had only broken through to the early exemplary saint stage. Even with his high innate talent and the help of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, it would still take some time for him to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Moreover, he would encounter many bottlenecks if he wanted to break through to the next stage. Hualaro, are you sure you're not mistaken? Duan Lingtian asked skeptically after he took a deep breath. I'm sure. Hualaro's reply was firm. Not only is the saint origin of powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage much stronger than powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage, most importantly, I discovered that the eyes of powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage in this world are completely different from powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's as though their eyes have undergone a transformation. Ever since Duan Lingtian came to Zoroastrianism, he had seen many powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, those powerhouses were not disciples of Zoroastrianism. They were all elders of Zoroastrianism. During this time, Hualaro discovered some clues from the elders of Zoroastrianism. Among them, he discovered that powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage had undergone a transformation in their eyes compared to powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Powerhouses at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage have undergone a transformation in their eyes. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Hualaro's words. He speculated, it said that from the second form of the Saint Celestial stage onward, each form of the 9 forms of the Saint Celestial stage has an increase in one's saint origin. It said that the increase in saint origin only affects a part of one's strength. The most important thing is the improvement in other aspect. Could it be that the improvement in other aspects at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage has something to do with the eyes? It can transform one's eyes. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more certain he became. Let's wait for senior brother Liu Yun to return and ask him. Duan Lingtian did not think too much about it. He decided to ask Liu Yun about the third form of the Saint Celestial stage when he returned. Time passed quietly. About an hour later, Liu Yun's figure came from afar and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian's eyes to brighten. He immediately went up to greet him. Senior brother Liu Yun, how is it? Duan Lingtian looked at Liu Yun expectantly as he asked straightforwardly. Currently, he did not dare to use the Jasper Celestial Sword in front of Wen Yang's senior brother. Therefore, he was not a match for him. If the other party hadn't gone out and hadn't gone into seclusion, he would have definitely come knocking on his door very soon. At that time, he could only hide in his own residence, but if he left his residence, he would definitely be ruthlessly beaten up by Wen Yang's senior brother. With Wen Yang's hatred towards him, Wen Yang's senior apprentice brother would definitely not show mercy. At that time, he would definitely be severely injured. Since he was severely injured, he would need to recuperate. Due to this reason, he would not be able to serve in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall for the time being. If he could not serve in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall, he would not have the chance to see Kerr and their daughter. Duan Lingtian could not accept this. At this moment, he wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly to the enforcement hall. He could not accept that he would not have the chance to see Kerr and their daughter for the time being. Junior brother Lingtian, you're quite lucky. Bu Hong just so happened to have left for a long time. He won't be back for the time being. Liu Yun answered Duan Lingtian's question in a timely manner. Bu Hong was, naturally, Wen Yang's senior brother. He was the true disciple who was ranked second on the true ranking. His cultivation base was at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. He left for a long time. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, overjoyed when he heard this news. At the same time, he sighed in relief inwardly. If this was the case, it would not affect him going to the Fire Remuneration Palace to serve in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. Junior brother Lingtian, although Bu Hong has left for a long time and won't be back for the time being, it's best if you don't go out for the time being so you can improve your cultivation base. Liu Yun said to Duan Lingtian solemnly, although you only have a yellow innate spiritual root, as long as you work hard, there's still a chance for you to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Once you break through to the quintessential saint stage, it won't be impossible for you to defeat Bu Hong with your various technique. Liu Yun said in one breath. Based on his words, it was obvious he had confidence in Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was only a yellow innate spiritual root that was not worth mentioning. Liu Yun thought so because of the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed up until now. Duan Lingtian's strength was so strong that Liu Yun respected him greatly. Duan Lingtian had defeated Wen Yang, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking, in just one move. When Liu Yun first learned about this, he was only worried Duan Lingtian had indirectly offended Wen Yang's senior brother, Bu Hong. He was not surprised that Duan Lingtian had defeated Wen Yang. Previously, when Duan Lingtian had cast his sword technique in the Palace of Death, Liu Yun realized that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Duan Lingtian's strength could be ranked in the upper echelons of powerhouses at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Wen Yang, who was ranked in the upper echelons of the Saint Celestial stage, could not compare to him at all. For this reason, Liu Yun had concluded that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. With Duan Lingtian's strength, it was entirely possible for him to be ranked in the top 5 of the true ranking. For this reason, he was not surprised that Duan Lingtian easily defeated Wen Yang. He only felt that it was normal. Yellow innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly when he heard Liu Yun's words. In his opinion, the yellow innate spiritual root was a thing of the past. Currently, his innate spiritual root had transformed into a blue innate spiritual root. With the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, his current cultivation speed was comparable to some monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots. Naturally, Liu Yun was unaware of all this. In Liu Yun's opinion, Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, just like the rumors had said. Senior brother Liu Yun. Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled something. He looked at Liu Yun and asked, the first form of the Saint Celestial stage is also called the Saint Origin form. Do you know what the third form of the Saint Celestial stage is called? The third form of the Saint Celestial stage is also called the Spiritual Eyes form. Although Liu Yun did not know why Duan Lingtian would ask such a question, he still answered in a timely manner. Spiritual Eyes form? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he heard Liu Yun's words. He realized his earlier guess was correct. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage was indeed related to the eyes. It was no wonder Huolaro said the eyes of those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage would undergo a huge transformation compared to those at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage. Senior brother Liu Yun, the first form of the Saint Celestial stage is called the Saint Origin form because when one breaks through to the Saint Celestial stage, the saint energy in one's body would transform into Saint Origin. That's why it's called the Saint Origin form. Do you know why the third form of the Saint Celestial stage is called the Spiritual Eyes form? Duan Lingtian continued to ask. Yes. Although Liu Yun did not know why Duan Lingtian was so insistent on asking this question, he still answered in a timely manner. The third form of the Saint Celestial stage is called the Spiritual Eyes form because those at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage have to temper their eyes into spiritual eyes to successfully break through to the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage and above have extraordinary eyes. It's said that when one's spiritual eyes form, one's eyesight would improve by several fold. Liu Yun paused as though he had recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, it's not an exaggeration to say that if my eyes are tempered into spiritual eyes, I'll definitely be able to see the sword technique you used to kill Yang Wen, junior brother Lingtian. Liu Yun still could not forget the sword technique Duan Lingtian used to kill Yang Wen. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian realized Huolaro was not lying when he heard Liu Yun's words. Those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage possessed extraordinary spiritual eyes and extraordinary eyesight. Perhaps, he would only be able to conceal the Jasper Celestial Sword from those at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage after his cultivation base had broken through to the quintessential Saint stage. Junior brother Ling Tian, why are you asking this? Liu Yun asked curiously. I'm just asking. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. However, his eyes flashed brightly. Liu Yun did not notice the flash of light in his eyes. Junior brother Ling Tian. Liu Yun seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, I heard you've already gone to the Fire Remuneration Palace to ask about the recruitment of true disciples to be on duty in the Enforcement Hall. Do you still plan to be on duty in the Enforcement Hall? Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded confidently. Naturally, he had to go to the Enforcement Hall since his wife and daughter were imprisoned there. If he wanted to rescue them, he would have to understand the situation in the Enforcement Hall first before he acted. Junior brother Ling Tian, do you know the Saint girl? As soon as Duan Lingtian nodded, Liu Yun suddenly said, You're right. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Liu Yun's words. He did not expect Liu Yun would suddenly ask him this question. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, he regained his composure and asked nonchalantly, Senior brother Liu Yun, why would you ask such a question? It's nothing. I just think it's a coincidence. Although Duan Lingtian's eyes only widened for a moment, Liu Yun still saw it. This made Liu Yun even more convinced of his guess. Duan Lingtian knew the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. Coincidence? How so? Duan Lingtian asked, pretending to be confused. Junior brother Ling Tian, do you really want to know? Chapter 2022. Senior brother Liu Yun, please speak. Seeing Liu Yun's deep gaze, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, but on the surface, he continued to act dumb. I remember, you've mentioned the saintess of Zoroastrianism many times in front of me. After that, you even said that you wanted to go to the Law Enforcement Hall. A wisp of wisdom flashed across Liu Yun's eyes as he said unhurriedly, then, you humiliated Wen Yang for no reason. I remember. I told you before that the Holy Maiden, her daughter, and even senior sister Yu Yang were imprisoned in the Law Enforcement Hall because of Wen Yang's report. Now that you're faced with the threat from Wen Yang's senior brother, Bu Hong, instead of going into closed-door cultivation, you still insist on going to the Enforcement Hall. This shows that there must be something you care about in the Enforcement Hall. Or perhaps, there is someone you care about. Liu Yun's words connected all the clues that Duan Lingtian had exposed. Hearing Liu Yun's words, Duan Lingtian's heart was in turmoil. He didn't expect Liu Yun's thoughts to be so meticulous. Liu Yun had guessed most of his matters. Maybe I know senior martial sister Yu Yang and want to fight for justice for her. Duan Lingtian suppressed the shock in his heart and asked without changing his expression. Gan Yu Yang, as the most outstanding female disciple of Zoroastrianism, was also the dream lover of all the male disciples of Zoroastrianism. It was normal for someone to stand up for her. Junior brother Ling Tian, if you wanted to fight for justice for senior sister Yu Yang, you wouldn't have mentioned the saintess of Zoroastrianism after asking about the Law Enforcement Hall. Liu Yun continued to say, moreover, I still remember when I mentioned senior sister Yu Yang and said she was on the Supreme Saint ranking, you were shocked as well. If you wanted to fight for justice for senior sister Yu Yang, how could you not know she's on the Supreme Saint ranking? Therefore, I'm certain junior brother Ling Tian knows the saint girl and has a close relationship with her. I wonder if I'm right. Liu Yun's wise eyes stared at Duan Lingtian when he reached the end of his sentence, as though he could see through everything. Duan Lingtian remained silent in the face of Liu Yun's question. However, when he looked at Liu Yun, his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The killing intent was very obvious. Liu Yun also sensed it at the first moment. He was so frightened that his expression changed slightly. Junior brother Ling Tian, Duan Lingtian said, Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about this. Even in front of brother Mu, I won't mention it. After taking a deep breath, Liu Yun hurriedly expressed his stance. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Liu Yun pricked his finger and used his blood as a medium to swear on the lightning penalty oath. He swore he would not tell anyone about what he had just said and would not betray Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would be killed by the lightning penalty. Boom, 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 boom. After Liu Yun swore on the lightning penalty oath, 9 claps of thunder sounded from the sky, proving Liu Yun's oath. When Duan Lingtian saw Liu Yun swearing on the lightning penalty oath without any hesitation, the killing intent in the depths of his eyes vanished immediately. An awkward and guilty expression appeared on his stiff face. However, Liu Yun did not take Duan Lingtian's killing intent to heart. In fact, he took the initiative to change the topic. Junior brother Lingtian, now that I've sworn on the lightning penalty oath, can you tell me what's your relationship with the saint of Zoroastrianism? Senior brother Liu Yun, I'm very sorry for what happened just now. It was me who was too cautious to measure the heart of a gentleman. I've misjudged you, Duan Lingtian said apologetically. After he finished speaking, he continued to answer Liu Yun's question. She's my wife. Although Liu Yun had long guessed that the relationship between Duan Lingtian and the saint of Zoroastrianism was not simple, he did not expect it to be so complicated. The saint of Zoroastrianism was actually junior brother Lingtian's wife. In that case, the saint's daughter was junior brother Lingtian's daughter. Liu Yun could not help but reveal a horrified expression when he thought of this. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought this junior brother Lingtian in front of them was actually the husband of the saintess of the Zoroastrianism, and also the person whom all the higher-ups of the Zoroastrianism wished to find and kill. Junior brother Lingtian, give me some time to recover. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Liu Yun couldn't calm down for a long time. After greeting Duan Lingtian, his expression changed again. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Liu Yun's expression calmed down. Junior brother Lingtian. So, you came to our Zoroastrianism for the sake of the saintess? Taking a deep breath, Liu Yun looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze and asked. Yes. Since Liu Yun had already sworn on the lightning penalty oath, Duan Lingtian did not plan to hide anything from him. He immediately nodded and said, I'm here to save my wife. Naturally, based on the current situation, my strength is not enough to save my wife. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned gloomy. Now, I only hope that when I'm on duty in the law enforcement hall, I can see my wife and my daughter that I've never met. I'll rescue them sooner or later. After a while, Duan Lingtian spoke again. His eyes shone brightly as a determined expression appeared on his face. Junior brother Lingtian, when Liu Yun heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but sigh. It's not that I want to discourage you, but with your innate talent, I'm afraid you won't have the strength to save the saintess and her daughter even in the future. After all, you only have a yellow innate spiritual root. The fact that Liu Yun said this was enough to prove that he really treated Duan Lingtian as a friend. His words were, to a certain extent, a reminder to Duan Lingtian. With your innate talent, you won't be able to save the saintess and her daughter. Even if you have an indigo innate spiritual root instead of a yellow innate spiritual root, you might not be able to save the saintess before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism comes out of closed-door cultivation. Liu Yun smiled wryly. You should know that the hall master of the enforcement hall is someone whose strength is not inferior to the 2 vice sect leaders. Put aside the hall master of the enforcement hall, even the vice hall master under him has strength comparable to a golden flame elder. If you want to save the saintess from the enforcement hall, you'll have to be stronger than the hall master of the enforcement hall. Even if you have an indigo innate spiritual root, by the time you have that strength, Lord Sect Leader would have already come out of closed-door cultivation and made a judgment against the saintess. Liu Yun sighed after he finished speaking. He did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to save the saintess who was imprisoned in the enforcement hall. Senior brother Liu Yun, I understand what you're saying. Duan Lingtian sighed. Then, he looked at Liu Yun solemnly and asked, Senior brother Liu Yun, if your loved ones were imprisoned by the enforcement hall, and you know it's almost impossible for you to rescue them, Would you just watch as they're sentenced to death and do nothing from the beginning until the end? Of course not. Liu Yun immediately shook his head. At the same time, he could understand how Duan Lingtian felt when he put himself in Duan Lingtian's shoes. If he was in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would have done the same as well. Junior brother Ling Tian. All of a sudden, Liu Yun seemed to have recalled something. He raised his hand, and a jade pendant appeared in his hand. A willow tree was carved on the front of the jade pendant. It looked very delicate. There were 2 words carved on the corner of the willow tree. The word Liu and the word Di. This is the jade pendant that the direct descendants of the Liu clan carry around. My name is written on the back of the jade pendant. Liu Yun turned the jade pendant around, and Duan Lingtian saw the word Yun carved on the back of the jade pendant. However, he did not know why Liu Yun took out the jade pendant at this time. Senior brother Liu Yun, your junior brother Ling Tian, I know you want to go to the enforcement hall to see the saintess. However, as far as I know, the true disciples on duty in the enforcement hall have almost no chance of coming into contact with the people imprisoned in the enforcement hall. Liu Yun said bluntly. Liu Yun's words caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change immediately. If that was the case, did that mean he would not be able to meet Ke? At the same time, Liu Yun continued to say, it just so happens that our Liu clan has a direct descendant who's on duty in the enforcement hall. He's a silver flame elder. When you arrive at the enforcement hall, you can bring my jade pendant to him and ask him to arrange a meeting between you and senior sister Yu Yang. Gan Yu Yang? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Liu Yun's words. The person he wanted to meet was not Gan Yu Yang, he wanted to meet his wife and daughter. When Liu Yun saw Duan Lingtian's expression, he explained, Junior brother Ling Tian, if you directly say you want to meet the saintess, even if the direct descendant of the Liu clan is willing to help, he won't be able to arrange a meeting between you and the saintess. After all, he's only a silver flame elder in the enforcement hall, not a vice hall master or hall master. In the enforcement hall, the saintess's identity is very special and sensitive. Let alone you, even if a golden flame elder wants to meet the saintess, the few hall masters in the enforcement hall won't agree to it. Liu Yun continued to say, however, if you want to meet senior sister Yu Yang, the nature of the matter will be completely different. The direct descendant of the Liu clan will most likely be able to arrange a meeting for you. In other words, if you want to meet your wife and daughter, the prerequisite is that they have to be locked up with senior sister Yu Yang. Otherwise, even the direct descendant of the Liu clan won't be able to help you. Liu Yun sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian's expression changed again when he heard Liu Yun's words. He did not expect this at all. As it turned out, even if he was on duty in the enforcement hall and had the help of the Silver Flame Elder, he might not be able to meet Ke. Thank you, senior brother Liu Yun. Chapter 2023. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed brightly as he looked at the jade pendant in his hand. For the sake of meeting Ke, for the sake of meeting his daughter whom he had never met, even if the chances were slim, he still wanted to give it a try. Junior brother Ling Tian, please be careful when you arrive at the enforcement hall. Don't expose your relationship with the saint. Otherwise, the few hall masters of the enforcement hall will kill you immediately. Liu Yun warned Duan Lingtian solemnly as he looked at him. Liu Yun knew very well. The reason the saint of Zoroastrianism was imprisoned in the enforcement hall was because she was no longer a saint. He could imagine how Duan Lingtian would die once the few hall masters of the enforcement hall found out that Duan Lingtian was the man who had destroyed the saint's purity. All right. Duan Lingtian knew Liu Yun meant well, so he nodded immediately. He had always been grateful to Liu Yun. Whether it was Liu Yun taking the initiative to swear on the lightning penalty oath or passing the jade pendant to him, he was very grateful. In the next few days, apart from comprehending his divine ability, Duan Lingtian also wanted to consolidate his cultivation base at the early exemplary saint stage. When the day arrived, Duan Lingtian, who had consolidated his cultivation base, immediately left his residence and flew in the direction of the Saint Island. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian moved at lightning speed like a bolt of lightning. Along the way, he encountered 3 true disciples who were traveling in a group. They happened to be in his path. When they saw Duan Lingtian moving at such a fast speed, they hastily avoided him as well. "Bastard! Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated?" One of the true disciples cursed with a dissatisfied expression. I think his Duan Lingtian." The other true disciple narrowed his eyes in shock when he saw Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappearing into the distance. "It's Duan Lingtian. I've seen his portrait." The last successor disciple nodded. Although they had only passed each other face to face, he had still clearly seen the other party's appearance. 10 days ago, Duan Lingtian had bashed up Wen Yang, who was ranked 9th on the true ranking, and he'd become famous for a period of time. Someone drew a vivid portrait of him and made many copies of it, which was widely circulated in the holy land of Zoroastrianism. Now, even those who had never seen Duan Lingtian in person before had seen Duan Lingtian in person, and had deeply imprinted his appearance in their minds. They were afraid that they would offend the Duan Lingtian in the future if they didn't recognize him. After arriving at the Saint Land, Duan Lingtian had first killed the true disciple, Yang Wen, and then overpowered the true disciple, Wen Yang. Such strength was enough to make 99% of the Saint Land's disciples fear him. When the successor disciple who had called Duan Lingtian AB** heard his two companions' words, the displeasure on his face disappeared and was replaced by fear. "Do you think he heard me calling him AB**? The successor disciple took a deep breath and looked at his two companions anxiously. "When you were scolding him, he had already flown so far away." "I don't think he heard you," one of the successor disciples replied. "I think he must have heard you. Although he was quite far away from you, with his strength, don't tell me he doesn't even have that much hearing ability," the other successor disciple said. The successor disciple's words caused the successor disciple who had scolded Duan Lingtian to turn pale immediately. He muttered anxiously, "It's obvious he had something urgent to attend to and was in a hurry. Will he come and settle the score with me after he's done?" When the successor disciple recalled Duan Lingtian's strength, he panicked again. "I don't think he'll hold it against you." The other two successor disciples reached a consensus in this regard. This caused the successor disciple who was panicking to heave a sigh of relief. In fact, Duan Lingtian would not take such a small matter to heart. Currently, all his thoughts were on the matter of going to the enforcement hall, since it was related to whether he would be able to see Kerr and their daughter. After 10 days, Duan Lingtian came to the central square of the Saint Island again. As soon as he appeared, many Saint Land's disciples in the central square recognized him. "It's Duan Lingtian. He's here again. I wonder who's going to be unlucky this time." "Unlucky? Why do you say that? You don't know, right? Duan Lingtian has come to the central square twice. The first time was when he entered the Palace of Death with successor disciple Yang Wen and killed him. As for the second time, it was 10 days ago when he humiliated Wen Yang, who's ranked 9th on the true ranking of Zoroastrianism. That seems to be the case. However, Duan Lingtian's strength is really terrifying. It's said that he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. But he managed to defeat 2 successor disciples. Such a person has never appeared in the history of Zoroastrianism. Indeed, it has never happened before. It's said that senior sister Wen Yang has a blue innate spiritual root. Moreover, it's a dark blue innate spiritual root. When she grows stronger in the future, she'll most likely become a golden flame elder. Such a genius disciple with a bright future was actually defeated by a guy with a yellow innate spiritual root. It's unbelievable. It's indeed unbelievable. However, the truth is right in front of our eyes. We have no choice but to believe it. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the central square, he heard a group of Saint Land's disciples whispering among themselves. He was not surprised when he heard Wen Yang had a blue innate spiritual root. After all, Wen Yang was a successor disciple who was ranked 9th on the true ranking. In Zoroastrianism, not all Saint Land's elite disciples who had entered the Saint Celestial stage could become a successor disciple. In order to become a successor disciple, apart from one's cultivation base, there was also an age limit. Only those who had entered the Saint Celestial stage before a certain age could become a successor disciple. This was because successor disciples were the best among the younger generation in Zoroastrianism. Even a successor disciple would be removed from the list of successor disciples when he reached a certain age. Based on his strength at that time, he would either be a bronze flame elder or a silver flame elder in Zoroastrianism. In short, in Zoroastrianism, successor disciple was synonymous with the younger generation. Since Wen Yang was a successor disciple, it meant she was young. Coupled with her extraordinary cultivation base, one could tell she had an extraordinary innate spiritual root. Otherwise, how could she possess a cultivation base at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage at such a young age? Yellow innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian did not mind the Saint Lan's disciples saying he had a yellow innate spiritual root. At the same time, he realized the Saint Land Enforcement Hall did not seem to have spread the news about him possessing a blue innate spiritual root. After all, other people might not know he possessed a blue innate spiritual root, but the Saint Land Enforcement Hall would definitely know about it. Previously, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall had shown mercy to him because he possessed a blue innate spiritual root. It said that the reason Duan Lingtian is so strong is because he has mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. However, with his yellow innate spiritual root, it'll be difficult for him to improve in the future. As long as senior sister Wen Yang has time, she'll be able to return the humiliation to him. Indeed, Duan Lingtian is currently stronger than senior sister Wen Yang because he has mastered many high-grade divine abilities. Once senior sister Wen Yang's cultivation base improves, it'll be easy for her to seek revenge in the future. I really don't know what Duan Lingtian is thinking. He actually dares to offend a successor disciple like senior sister Wen Yang who has a bright future ahead of her. Perhaps, he thought senior sister Wen Yang would agree to sign a death pact with him and enter the Hall of Life and Death to fight to the death. If he killed senior sister Wen Yang, he naturally wouldn't have to worry that senior sister Wen Yang would seek revenge from him. Who would have thought senior sister Wen Yang would be so smart as to reject his death pact? Speaking of which, I was there at that time. In the beginning, I was puzzled when I saw senior sister Wen Yang did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's death pact. I even thought senior sister Wen Yang was too timid. However, it seems like senior sister Wen Yang is not timid at all. Instead, she's a strategist. On the way to the Fire Remuneration Palace, Duan Lingtian heard many Saint Land disciples whispering among themselves. Strategist. Strategist. When Duan Lingtian heard some of the Saint Land disciples praising Wen Yang, he almost laughed out loud. As the person involved, it was only natural that he could tell. The reason Wen Yang did not dare to accept his death pact was because she was afraid. She did not dare to take the risk. It had nothing to do with strategizing or calculating from 1,000 miles away. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian walked into the Fire Remuneration Palace. Under the guidance of the Saint Land disciples, he came to a counter in the Fire Remuneration Palace. Duan Lingtian is planning to accept the new assignment from the Enforcement Hall and serve in the Enforcement Hall. At the same time, many Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace could guess what Duan Lingtian was going to do. These Saint Land disciples were either present 10 days ago or had heard about Duan Lingtian's intention to serve in the Enforcement Hall. Elder, I'm here to accept the assignment from the Enforcement Hall for the true disciples. I'd like to serve in the Enforcement Hall, Duan Lingtian said to the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter without beating around the bush. Duan Lingtian. The Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter also recognized Duan Lingtian and shook his head. Chapter 2024. Only you, Duan Lingtian, can't do it. As soon as the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter finished speaking, the entire Fire Remuneration Palace fell into dead silence again. The Saint Land disciples present on the scene looked at the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder before they shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. All of them were dumbfounded and had an expression of disbelief on their faces. What was going on? The Enforcement Hall's elder had directly refused to allow Duan Lingtian to accept the assignment issued by the Enforcement Hall under the circumstances of naming him. Was this not an abuse of power and bullying? Isn't this a little too much? Many Saint Land disciples could not help but complain when they regained their senses. They felt indignant for Duan Lingtian. There must be a reason for this. Don't you think this is strange? Why did the enforcement hall's elder only make things difficult for Duan Lingtian and not others? Soon after, another Saint Land disciple chimed in. It's indeed strange. It seems like Duan Lingtian has offended the enforcement hall's elder. Otherwise, he wouldn't have targeted him like this. A Saint Land disciple speculated. Duan Lingtian really knows how to cause trouble. Now, he has even offended the enforcement hall's elder. Now that he has offended the enforcement hall's elder, I'm afraid it's impossible for him to continue serving in the enforcement hall. Many Saint Land disciples shook their heads. However, the enforcement hall's elder is abusing his power to a certain extent by doing this, right? If he doesn't have a reason to reject Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission from the enforcement hall, Duan Lingtian can definitely sue him in the enforcement hall. If I'm Duan Lingtian, I'll definitely sue him. I'll make sure he can't bear the consequences. I think since the enforcement hall's elder dares to reject Duan Lingtian so blatantly, he must have thought of a reason. It might not work if Duan Lingtian sues him. I think so too. As the enforcement hall's elder, he knows the rules of Zoroastrianism very well. Under such circumstances, why would he allow Duan Lingtian to sue him? The atmosphere within the Fire Remuneration Palace became noisy again after a moment of silence. The group of disciples was discussing the matter of the enforcement hall's elder not allowing Duan Lingtian to accept the enforcement hall's mission. While the group of Holy Land's disciples were having a heated discussion, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. When he came back to his senses, his face was completely gloomy. That law enforcement hall elder was clearly targeting him on purpose. For a moment, even though Duan Lingtian didn't know who the elder of the law enforcement hall was, he couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. The flames of fury seemed to be able to burn down everything. Elder. May I know which elder of the law enforcement hall is the one who specifically asked me not to accept the mission that the law enforcement hall issued for the true disciples? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian asked the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter. He had especially emphasized the words true disciple. I'm a true disciple, and I completely meet the requirements to accept the mission issued by the law enforcement hall. May I know why he doesn't allow me to accept the mission issued by the law enforcement hall? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a hint of questioning could be heard in his tone. The Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter frowned when faced with Duan Lingtian's questioning. If it was any other elite Holy Land disciple who dared to question him, he would have long been kicked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace. However, Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of him, was someone who had defeated the person ranked 9th on the true ranking. Duan Lingtian was a true disciple who was even stronger than him. In this world where the strong were revered, naturally, he did not dare to voice his displeasure when faced with such a true disciple. Elder, don't tell me you don't know which enforcement elder specifically asked me not to accept the mission issued by the law enforcement hall. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. His expression turned grave when he saw the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder behind the counter remained silent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a voice rang in the Fire Remuneration Palace's hall. How dare you? Before the Fire Remuneration Palace's elder could speak, a loud voice resonated from the Fire Remuneration Palace's inner palace. It instantly attracted everyone's attention, including Duan Lingtian. Soon after, under the watchful eyes of the others, 2 young men walked out of the Fire Remuneration Palace's inner palace one after another. The person who had shouted was none other than the young man who was walking in front. This young man had an ordinary appearance and was dressed in the uniform of a Holy Land's bronze flame elder. As soon as he walked out of the inner palace, his cold gaze immediately landed on Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he said coldly, I'm the one who specifically asked you not to accept the mission issued by the law enforcement hall for true disciples. Are you unhappy? Whoosh. The moment the young man's words left his mouth, the Fire Remuneration Palace's Saint Land disciples shifted their attention from him to his face. Elder Dong Lin. When the gazes of the Saint Land's disciples landed on the young man, many of them recognized him immediately. It's actually Elder Dong Lin who specifically asked Duan Lingtian not to accept the mission issued by the law enforcement hall. Oh my God! He's the law enforcement hall's elder that Duan Lingtian has offended. Elder Dong Lin is the son of Vice Hall Master Dong of our Zoroastrianism's law enforcement hall. Although he's only a bronze flame elder, with his background, even the silver flame elders in the entire Zoroastrianism don't dare to offend him, let alone the law enforcement hall. I really don't know how Duan Lingtian managed to offend him. How can he be on duty in the law enforcement hall after offending him? What a joke. Although Elder Dong Lin is the only son of Vice Hall Master Dong of the Law Enforcement Hall, he shouldn't be so bold as to abuse his power in such a high-profile manner. He must have a reason to stop Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall. There's no doubt about that. After all, as the only son of Vice Hall Master Dong, Elder Dong Lin must know the rules of the Zoroastrianism very well. It's impossible for him to violate the rules. In the Fire Remuneration Palace, a group of Saint Land disciples whispered among themselves. Not only did they point out that Duan Lingtian was the elder from the Law Enforcement Hall who did not allow Duan Lingtian to accept the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall, but they also agreed that the elder from the Law Enforcement Hall must have a legitimate reason to stop Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission issued by the Law Enforcement Hall. Dong Lin, the son of the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall? Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard the whispers among the Saint Land disciples. His expression immediately darkened. At the same time, he stared at Dong Lin with a cold glint in his eyes. Elder Dong Lin, is it? I wonder how I've offended you. Duan Lingtian had a grim expression as he asked coldly. What? Based on your words, don't tell me you think I'm deliberately picking on you. Dong Lin sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Even if he was really picking on Duan Lingtian, it was impossible for him to admit it. Otherwise, he would be severely punished by the Law Enforcement Hall even if he was the son of the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Heh! Isn't that senior brother Chen Peng? At the same time, many Saint Land disciples recognized the young man standing behind Dong Lin when they saw him. This young man had an ordinary appearance like Dong Lin. He was dressed in the uniform of a true disciple. At this moment, his eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian as killing intent flashed in the depth of his eyes. I heard that senior brother Chen Peng has a good relationship with Elder Dong Lin. Now that I've met him, the rumors are indeed true. One of the Saint Land disciples exclaimed. I remember senior brother Chen Peng seems to be the direct disciple of Lian, the first silver flame elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum of the Four Symbols Pagoda. I think I know why Elder Dong Lin would target Duan Lingtian for no reason. Another Saint Land disciple chimed in. Initially, I was wondering why Duan Lingtian would offend Elder Dong Lin. As it turns out, the person Duan Lingtian offended is not Elder Dong Lin, but senior brother Chen Peng. Senior brother Chen Peng is Elder Li An's youngest direct disciple. Duan Lingtian first killed Elder Li An's grand disciple, Yuan Hong, who's also senior brother Chen Peng's junior nephew. Then, he indirectly caused the death of Elder Li An's first direct disciple, Wei He, who's also senior brother Chen Peng's great senior brother. Senior brother Chen Peng must hate Duan Lingtian to the core. It's because he hates Duan Lingtian that he asked Elder Dong Lin to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian. Now, everything makes sense. However, since Elder Dong Lin is willing to help, he must not be worried that Duan Lingtian will sue him for abusing his power. I wonder what reason he'll use to reject Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission from the Enforcement Hall. When the group of Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace recognized Chen Peng, they turned to look at Dong Lin again. All of them wanted to know what reason Dong Lin would use to reject Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission from the Enforcement Hall. After all, as a true disciple, Duan Lingtian should be able to accept the mission from the Enforcement Hall unconditionally. However, Dong Lin had interfered and specifically rejected Duan Lingtian from accepting the mission. Don't tell me you're not intentionally picking on me? Duan Lingtian asked with a sneer as he shifted his gaze from Chen Peng to Dong Lin. His gaze turned even colder. When Duan Lingtian heard the whispers among the Saint Land disciples in the Fire Remuneration Palace, he finally understood why Dong Lin was picking on him. As it turned out, it was all because of the young man standing behind him, Chen Peng. Apart from being a true disciple, Chen Peng was also the direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Li An. As for Li An, he was his sworn enemy, the kind that would not rest until one of them was dead. Of course not. When Dong Lin heard Duan Lingtian's words, the sneer on his face deepened. He continued to say bluntly, "The reason I specifically rejected you from accepting the mission from the Enforcement Hall that targets true disciples is because I don't want the Enforcement Hall's reputation to be tarnished because of you. In fact, in the history of the Enforcement Hall, we've never accepted a person with a yellow innate spiritual root to serve in the Enforcement Hall." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.